Dear guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to welcome you to the second coordination meeting of the Skills Alliance for Ukraine. I hope the morning coffee was good and you had time to look around. The main language of our event is English, so if you need a translation, you can always take a headphones on the registration zone. Пані та панове, сподіваюся, ранкова кава смакувала, але якщо вам
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you liked your morning coffee. If you need a translation, the main language today will be English. You can take your headsets at the registration area. It will make you more comfortable.
Located on the minus second floor, so if in case of the air raid alert, we will not stop the event because we are in safe. Today, Kyiv is hosting the crucial gathering facilitated by the Federal German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and the Ukrainian Ministry of Economy. This event brings us together representatives from donors, implementing partners, development banks, NGOs, foundation, and private sector leaders, all united by a common goal to train and support more than 190,205 Ukrainians over the next 3 years to help rebuild our country. With a commitment of more than 700 million euros, the Skills Alliance is making significant strides toward ensuring that Ukraine's workforce is prepared for the challenges of recovery and growth. Today, our discussion will focus on several key topics, including identify labor market needs in Ukraine's key economic sectors, mapping vocational training programs supported by Alliance members, updates from Skills Alliance subgroups and the Sectoral Working Group of Education, and showcasing innovative projects and initiatives by Alliance members. For those joining us online, ladies and gentlemen, you can follow us live stream on YouTube, so please stay tuned for the latest initiatives and outcomes of the Skills Alliance. Together, we are sharpening a skill and a resilient future for Ukraine. And now, let's begin with our welcome remarks from key facilitators of the Skills Alliance. First of all, we will have a video message from Mrs. Svenja Schulz, Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ina, a young firefighter with the Ukrainian Emergency Service, said to me in Kiev last month, "Today, more and more women are working in national disaster control. Men are fighting at the front, and that is why we, the women, take on this job." She highlights an important aspect of how Russia's war of aggression has challenged the Ukrainian people in countless ways. There is a shortage of skilled workers. Men are defending the country as soldiers. Many families have been displaced within the country or have fled abroad. There is the vocational training infrastructure, which has been partially destroyed. And there is a labor market that is having to adapt to new challenges, like the inclusion of veterans or internally displaced persons, or Ukrainians with qualifications from host countries who would like to return home. The Skills Alliance for Ukraine is our joint answer to these challenges. It was launched by the Ukrainian Ministry of Economy, the German Development Ministry, and numerous partners, many of whom are in the room today. And I'm grateful for your valued engagement. We started forging synergies to train and support 180,000 skilled workers for reconstruction at the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, the URC, in July 2024. And we will proudly present results at the next URC in Rome this year. And the conference today is a milestone on this path. I'm calling on all of you today. Please help to motivate other partners to become part of the Alliance. Please help to mobilize more funding. The stronger the Alliance is, the better it will be able to support Ina and many other Ukrainians. They are the ones who are ensuring the social and economic resilience that Ukraine needs to counter Russia's war of aggression. And they are the ones who are determined to help their country recover. Thank you very much for backing them up with your contributions.
Let's thank the Minister Schulz for her words of encouragement and support. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me your applause. Thank you so much. Now I am honored to invite to the stage Tetiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Pani Tetiano.
Dear Svenja, dear colleagues and partners, unfortunately, first Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Economy, Yulia Sviridenko, couldn't make it to visit this very important event. However, it's a big pleasure for me to address you on behalf of the Ministry of Economy. All of the policy that the government of Ukraine and all the government implement have one result, actually, and have one aspiration. It's the welfare and prosperity of Ukrainian people. And today we have gathered today in this room to speak about the most important value that we have in Ukraine, our human capital and the wellness and prosperity of Ukrainian people. And we are very glad that today the story of the Skills Alliance is continuing. We do remember this big photos that we made in Berlin in 2024 with all of our partners, with Minister Svenja Schulz and Ms. Sviridenko. And we are very grateful that today this hall gathers all the people, all the partners and all the colleagues that continue to support Ukraine, Ukrainian human capital, Ukrainian employers and those who want to reskill. Nowadays we are facing huge challenges in terms of human capital in Ukraine. Many people, at least 5 million, still reside abroad. We face structural unemployment when the skills of the people do not longer match the needs of the employer. And actually Skills Alliance and its objectives is the solution to the challenge that we face today. And last year, in cooperation with our partners, together with all the governmental programs, we have managed to reskill at least 100,000 people. But today I will be addressing you with the labor market needs and labor market statistics, and you will see that these are results that are very important, but still we need to multiply our efforts to do more to reskill all those people who need our support today. And Skills Alliance, all of you today, all of the partners, implementers are playing a major role in solving this issue. We understand that 70 countries, donors and international partners and the representatives of the business community have gathered today to support Ukrainian people. And we have the KPIs, we have the results that we have to achieve. The total budget of the program today exceeds 700 billion euros, and it will allow to reskill 190,000 Ukrainians in the next 3 years. So we have the deadline we have to face in Rome in 2025 and to show how many of those KPIs we managed altogether to achieve in this year. So as we all know, Alliance participants are ready to offer the access to the educational programs to Ukrainian people that are going to be implemented not only in Ukraine, but in our partner countries like Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, Finland, and Slovakia, where the Ukrainians mostly reside. So today, I hope that this event will have a very practical nature. It will show how the donors are going to actually fill the gaps that we have managed to see in the educational programs for Ukrainian people, and shows this clear roadmap for implementing organizations, for the donors, for the business, and what is the most important for Ukrainian people. To tell the truth, we are getting a lot of comments and a lot of questions in the Ministry of Economy from people. How can we benefit from the Skills Alliance that was announced in Germany last year? And I hope that today's event will be playing a huge role in answering that question, first of all, to the people who are going to benefit from the alliance. So I would like to sincerely thank the government of Germany and the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development for their consistent support of Ukraine. And I'm confident that our efforts will make a significant contribution to the reconstruction and development of Ukraine, ensuring economic growth and, first of all, the prosperity and the welfare of Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome Markus Kohl, Head of Cooperation of the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Ukraine.
Good morning, Tetiana, Vice Ministers, distinguished members of the Alliance, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me today to see this room full of people being engaged in the Skills and Alliance, and also a warm welcome to all the participants online. It's so important to see all these engagements for the future of Ukraine. Tetiana mentioned it very well. It's about the prosperity and the welfare of people in this country. And your engagement in this alliance is nothing less than engagement for a very crucial support of Ukraine's future. And I think we are all united in the aim of finally welcoming Ukraine as a thriving nation in the European Union. And at the same time, of course, we all know about the enormous challenges Ukraine has to face on the path. But the good news is Ukraine really can count on its partners. And talking about challenges, of course, a skilled, strong labor force is one of the main challenges for recovery, for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And I'm not repeating what was already said. There are numerous questions, numerous challenges about skilling, reskilling, upskilling, involving of veterans, women in non-traditional jobs, as my minister mentioned, but also offering or making offers, incentives for Ukrainians abroad to actually incentivize them to come back. While we were preparing the Ukraine Recovery Conference last year in Berlin, we saw that there is already a numerous number of projects, initiatives in the field of helping Ukraine or supporting Ukraine to skill their labor force. But I'm really convinced if you want to effectively address such a huge challenge, this requires cooperation. And the Skills Alliance brings together main actors. We also heard there's still room for improvement, so happy to also welcome new members to the Alliance, happy to welcome new commitments, and if somebody wants to step up, that's more than welcome. But joining forces, we do that independent from our sometimes very, very different approaches, but together we are in a much better position, of course also together with the Ukrainian government, to really make a change in the lives of Ukrainian people by tailoring our approaches, inspiring each other, working on the framework conditions, and overall leveraging synergies. So Tetiana already said it. I echo the expectations for today's meeting. No pressure. We will learn more about what this means in practice. We will also hopefully learn a bit more what we already achieved since the Recovery Conference in Berlin, and with the prospect of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Rome. I'm looking forward to your presentations, your inputs, a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kohl. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will go on with our first session, focusing, as we mentioned before, on labor market needs of Ukraine for Ukraine's rebuilding and recovery. To start, we will have an update on labor market needs in Ukraine. So please welcome again for presentation Tetiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Once again, hello. And in the Ministry of Economy, we are making data-driven decisions. Before we start drafting or speaking on any labor market issues, we analyze all the sources that we have to be absolutely substantiated with the data. So today, before my colleagues from the Secretariat of SME Alliance and will be speaking about the results the practical steps, I would like to share our labor market in Ukraine actually needs and challenges in the next presentation. So speaking about the data, please next slide. Or do I have the clicker? Oh, let's. I would like to share with you very interesting data. It's the latest survey of the Ptuha Institute for Demography, chaired by Ella Libanova, who is very well respected in Ukraine. And this actually survey shows the state of workforce potential in Ukraine. Some of you may see problems on the slide, challenges, but we as a government, together with you in this respectful company can see that it's actually are the possibilities of Ukrainian market. So according to the survey, in Ukraine, after the full-scale invasion, we have at least 26 million of people of the working age. This is a population aged 15 plus by the 17 years. And of them, 13 million are economically active population. It means that these people work either officially, formally, or informally, but they work and they participate in the economy. Almost 1 million of people are looking for a job. It means that they are ready to get into the job in the next 2 weeks. So they are ready to find a job and they are eager to take every first opportunity that they see. However, there is a number that may surprise you actually. It's a figure of 12.5 million of people who are actually people of the working age, but they are out of the labor force. And this is mainly our target audience, people where we see the biggest potential for the labor market of Ukraine. They are divided by the Institute into 3 categories. Potential labor force, almost 1 million of people who are ready to step into the labor market. Conditionally potential labor force, those who have some challenges to enter in the labor market. And 10 million of economically inactive population, those who face very strong challenges to become economically active. And now I would like to shed a light on who are those people in those 3 categories. So the potential labor force, people who are almost ready, people who are the best candidates to enter into the labor market. And out of those numbers, I would like to turn your attention to the number of people who lack adequate education and necessary skills and have unsuccessfully searched for work and struggle to find opportunities. These are people who actually need the retraining and reskilling programs here and now. Once they have this necessary education, they could easily step into the labor market. Another big number is almost 200 people who are hindered by psychological stress and cannot find their place at the labor market due to this problem. And this means that this issue has also to be tackled by us in our educational program or in our workforce environment. Then conditionally potential labor force, people who face significant challenges to enter in the labor market. And out of those are military personnel who finished their service. They are no longer in the military, but still they cannot find themselves into the labor market. I am sure that you are all aware that after the end of the war, we will have more than 1 million of those people. So those educational programs that we will tailor for those military personnel who are already ready to enter the labor market should be the pilot ones for the big wave that we will be facing soon. This is also very interesting slide, and I would like to turn your attention to those who are on the parental leave. This is almost one of the biggest categories. These are mainly women who care about children, and they are in the parental leave for more than 3 years. Sometimes they lack actual skills to enter the labor market. Sometimes they are afraid that their skills are no longer adequate for the labor market. And this is also our biggest target audience, as well as youth, actually, and retired people. Those who are retired, 60 years plus, actually Ukrainian legislation does not ban from working after they being retired, as well as youth. These are mainly needs, those who are not in education or training. This is also one of our biggest target audience. So at the same time, we speak with employers, we speak with big businesses, and the data on the screen that you see shows that 74% of the companies, according to the report provided by the European Business Association, face labor shortages. At the same time, unemployment rate in Ukraine for 2025 is predicted by 14%. This is another sign for the structural unemployment, when those who need work cannot find those who actually need workers. And we have various estimates what is the demand on the labor market. ILO tells big numbers, almost 9 million of people. Our governmental organizations in Ukraine, NGO who provide the analysis, speak about 4.5 million to have annual GDP growth by 7% a year. These are big numbers, but still these are estimates that we should take into consideration. At the same time, together with State Employment Service, we have a unified job portal which shows which vacancies are at the labor market. And as you see on the screen, at the moment of now, January 2025, there are more than 200 vacancies at the unified job portal. It means that these are not only the vacancies that are in the state employment service. These are all vacancies from the market, from the biggest web pages like Rabota.ua, Work.ua, Jubel, and so on and so forth. So this information is actual. Labor market needs people in the following spheres. What do we do to tackle these challenges? First of all, together with State Employment Service, we implement governmental programs. You all know about vouchers. We have training for registered unemployed people, training for competence, and training for women in so-called male-dominated professions. On the screen, you see a photo of the woman who amazed me a lot. We met with her in the VET employment center in Rivne. Pani Natalia, who is going to become an electric gas welder, and she is studying using VR technology. This is like the perfect image of Ukrainian women and people that we want to see. And by the way, as she mentioned, she is not looking for a job. She is going to start her own business. So it's another story, yes. Inspiring case. Vouchers for education, as you see, they are provided to these categories. These are the most popular categories of people to whom the vouchers are provided. Just to remind you, 30,000 hryvnias to cover the necessary profession, training in necessary profession or specialty. And in 2024, we have issued almost 23,000 of vouchers, but still, you still have to recall the number of 12 million. This is not enough. This is a significant number because this actually vouchers change the life of 23,000 people, but still we have more lives to change to become prosper and live in welfare. Obtaining new profession and professional development in VET centers, which are in the structure of State Employment Service and also in the structure of Ministry of Education. These are the numbers that reflect how many people were retrained and reskilled, and what is the most important, 82% of them successfully found job. So it's a very good number to show the effectiveness of this program. On the screen, you also see the information about the programs that we have launched recently. This is a program for women in the areas where they have been traditionally underrepresented. I like this expression more than the expression typical male-dominated professions, because this is a stereotype to speak like that. So this program helps women to get education as a motor vehicle driver, tram, trolley bus driver, miller, turner. So this is a new profession, and actually now we are working to better promote it among women. Last but not least is a training for combatants and persons with disabilities. This is a pilot project that we have launched in 2023. It will be active for 2 years, and this is a pilot project that we need to have in order to see how it fits the people who are finishing their service in the military and entering the civil life and the labor market. And to make it all effective, just I see that my time is up, but just 5 more minutes to finish my speech. We have also, together with our partners, launched the reform of the state VET centers in the structure of state employment service. We are creating supervisory boards from businesses. 6 representatives of business will be presented in every supervisory board, so that business could directly influence which people do we study on which program, what is the length of the program. This will help us to make the education in VET centers even more effective. And this is the most important slide. On this screen, we are not speaking about the Skills Alliance yet. We are speaking about different partner programs that we were launching last year. So all together with the governmental programs and the programs from our partners that you see on the screen, from the British government, USAID, government of Germany, we have reskilled more than 100,000 people. This is a great result, but we shall strive for more. So this is a slide about the additional needs. We have Skills Alliance and we have additional needs where we need to find this match. And these are the needs that relate to the equipment of the state employment, to the VET centers. These are the needs that relate to particular groups of people like women or veterans. But most of all, we need to be concentrated on the spheres where new people and where workers are needed, like green energy technicians, construction and infrastructure specialists to rebuild our country during the war. Very important fact is to support specialists in healthcare and psychological sphere due to the actually traumas, even not visual traumas that we have gained after the war. And most of all, what is also important is digital and IT skills for remote work. As soon as many people are people with disabilities, they are relocated, so we need to ensure their skills have to work remotely. So what I would like to say in the end is that unity creates prosperity. Together we can achieve more than all of us can achieve separately. So let's work together, and we are very grateful that the Alliance has the same aim as we see. Let's work together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome. We will now hear the results of mapping of upskilling and vocational educational programs in Ukraine. Please welcome Michael Paulo, Program Director of Skills for Recovery at GIZ.
Ms. Bereshna already did an interesting introduction. What is the demand and what is the supply of the labor market? And she explicitly showed what the Ministry of Economy is already doing in Ukraine to train and to retrain people. I have the honor today to present a mapping on what the Skills and Alliance members are doing. We have already 70 organizations involved, and the majority of them are supporting training and retraining of Ukrainians inside Ukraine and outside of Ukraine. And we really believe that this is the core of the Skills Alliance, to provide opportunities for training and enable people to find a new home, to find a workplace, and to have a pathway back into Ukraine from abroad. I would like to start with the takeaways in the beginning. And I think it was already mentioned that during the URC in 2024, there was the commitment to train 180,000 people. Now, due to the mapping, we found out that this number has been increased already by 10,000. I would like to do an honorable mentioning to a few organizations which are already quite far with their projects to support training. This is DVV and CARE, which are providing training abroad, mostly in Poland and in Germany. And then we have the Skills for Recovery and EBRD, which are supporting training inside of Ukraine. All of the training projects are focusing on recovery needs. So we see a strong focus regarding the qualifications on construction, infrastructure, industry, and manufacturing. All training projects, and I think this is worth to mention, are addressing women. And other vulnerable groups are well represented, like IDPs and veterans. Last but not least, there is the potential for more innovation in all of the training program. This was a feedback we received during our mapping, and there is the potential for scalability. Let's dig a little bit deeper into the data. From the 70 members of the Skills Alliance, there are 42 training projects. A lot of them are inside of Ukraine, the majority. A few of them are outside of Ukraine. And as I mentioned, we have the commitment from the 70 member organizations to train 190,000 people in the next 3 years. And there's the possibility of a plus X, because the 70 members are planning 34 more projects, and they cannot give us the numbers yet, how many people more will be reached. Let's have an overview. What are these 4 projects and what is their implementation status? The majority of the projects are in progress. A few of them have been already completed. A few are not started yet. The type of intervention, and I think this is worth mentioning, is addressing both initial training for young people, I would say the age group up to 19, as well as further training for adults, so mostly retraining opportunities. And then we have other forms of training which are important. About the location, it is worth to mention that whole Ukraine is covered. I think this is really worth to mention, because there is always the fear that donors, NGOs, and implementing agencies are only focusing on the West. But we really clearly see that the training projects are covering the East, Central Ukraine, the Western of Ukraine, as well as South of Ukraine. A few projects are dealing particularly with Ukrainians living abroad, and it's not a surprise that they are mostly they are located in countries which are hosting the majority of Ukrainian refugees abroad. This is Germany and Poland, of course, but we also have training projects in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia, and in Finland. And overall, it is worth to mention that there are a few programs covering whole Ukraine with their support to training programs. Demographics and inclusion, I think Ms. Bereshna mentioned that this is really important, and I think we have a high sensitivity among the Skills Alliance members to really target all of the age groups here. So we have age groups from young people to adults, even to elderly people, which are supported by the Skills Alliance members. And there are huge programs to support primary and secondary education. So the new vocational education and training students, which will come up in the next years. Women are part of all projects, and some projects have exclusively female beneficiaries. I would like to mention here the small-scale horticulture with empowering women from JICA, the training of women as municipal transport drivers by UN Women, and an initiative by the Skills Alliance Poland in Poland. Besides, the 42 projects are also dealing with other groups. So we have personally of disabilities here as a target group. 25 of the projects are covering internally displaced person as well as veterans here. And one specialty is that not only veterans are the target of the retraining efforts, it's also the family members. So looking on how children, the spouses, and other family members can help the veterans to become part of the social life again. And then we have 20 other projects who are including other vulnerable groups. Just to mention once more which qualifications are there. I think we had in Ukraine before the war a huge support for qualifications in the service sector. The picture is changing a little bit because the recovery focus is coming more and more into the focus, and it's now about that a lot of projects are focusing on construction and infrastructure, like for example the Tyler qualification, on technical industrial fields. Here we are talking about electricians and mechanics, and still hospitality and tourism, like you also mentioned in your presentation, is still one focus of the training programs. A little bit less, we have IT, agriculture, commerce, administration here. With the upskilling programs outside of Ukraine, they have a special status. We found this out due to our mapping. They are mostly supporting Ukrainians abroad to integrate into the host countries. And what we found out through our mapping is that the other side of the dual intent, providing a pathway back into Ukraine, can be strengthened. The projects are there focusing to train Ukrainians to become teachers in primary and secondary schools abroad, and to help young people and school children in their integration, and of course skill development and the whole transition into labor market. Poland, Germany, Czech Republic is one of the focus there, and there are also partnerships for capacity development. The number of projects and what for training modalities they are supporting. Here we see a little bit that the members of the Skills Alliance are focusing more on part-time and more on short-term training to provide an immediate support to Ukrainians abroad and inside of the country. I think these numbers are a little bit higher than for full-time and for training longer than 6 months. What is also worth to mention is that the majority of the training supported by the Alliance members is still classroom-based. So only in a school. There is a little bit less of training projects involving companies here, and a lot of them are using either distance or blended mode of learnings. About the partner information, Ms. Bereshna mentioned already what the State Employment Service is actively doing. The State Employment Service, with its Center for Professional Training and Integration, is an important partner for roughly 3 projects here. Most of the other projects are focusing on VET schools, NGOs, and working with private training providers here together, and less than also with tertiary education providers here. There are a lot of complementary activities which I would just like to mention. The Skills Alliance members are not only supporting training, they are also moving into other areas. There's job matching and job placement. Here I would like to mention the Regional Refugee Employment Platform, which supported the job placement of 100,000 people. A lot of development banks are engaged in modernizing infrastructure and equipment. Psychological support is particularly a task of NGOs involved in the Alliance. We have policy advice, teacher training supported, and we have a few members which are supporting the next generation. So not in vocational education and training, but moving more into general education here. And here I would like to mention the support to digital learning to Ukraine by UNICEF, which reached 900,000 school children. I'm moving a little bit now into the feedback we received during the mapping. We asked explicitly the members for areas of potential growth, and people were mentioning that when it's about inclusion, that most of the training is really in the classroom, and that there needs to be more support to bring people with disabilities, ex-competence, and other vulnerable people more also into companies during the training implementation. Another challenge is really that the projects are seeing the need to constantly update their training programs, because the labor market is also changing massively. And of course, in this case, the training programs need to go in line with the new labor market needs. Scaling is a huge topic, I think, for everyone who is supporting training inside and outside of Ukraine, because the numbers are incredible, which you just mentioned, Ms. Bereshna. A few thousand are not helping. Every training program supported needs to be scaled up, and this is really where the Alliance members are also looking into. Innovation is a topic, using innovative training methods, more systematization and sustainability, and to feed the lessons learned from the training programs into policy development. The challenges which we ask, you find now a little bit overlapping with also the areas of growth. So I see this as a positive sign that the Alliance members are not only saying there are challenges, but they see them also as opportunities here. There we found out that A lot of the alliance members, particularly in Ukraine, are focusing on centers, on regional centers, and that there's a challenge to outreach remote regions. There is the necessity, and the sustainability point comes once more to make training more sustainable and to adapt to changes on the labor market. And there is the request to further strengthen donor coordination here. The war is affecting all the implementation, of course, when it comes to communication, networking, and being present also in the remote regions. And smaller organizations, particularly NGOs, mentioned the funding aspect as well. And that's why I think we also have, in the end of today or in the later stage of the event, more the presentation of innovative projects to also provide platform for such organizations. In the end, I would like to tell you a few success stories. I think everybody is coming up with personal stories. These are not mine. This we got through the mapping. And I would like to mention one from the SOS Kinderdörfer weltweit. They were supporting Katerina, a single mother, which gained access to business and to financial planning and training. And she established her own company and is now producing high-quality candles for clients. And she's still involved in supporting her old home region, which she left during the war. This is Kherson. Then I would also like to mention Alexandra, who was supported by DVV, by a German organization. And she went from a teacher later to an entrepreneur, became a home confectioner, and is now becoming a professional master trainer and is giving back to young people what she has learned during her training course. Last but not least, I would like to mention a component of our British colleagues of FCDO. This component is supporting the reintegration of veterans into the labor market, and they are having an approach where they are using the whole labor market ecosystem, engaging HR officers, supporting state employment service employees, working with policymakers together, but also with veteran associations. I think these are 3 examples, but they are standing for the spirit of all the 70 members, and I think they are reflecting also on what the core of the Skills Alliance is. I would like to bother you with the methodology of the mapping, but you will get an email with the presentation attached. I hope that me and my colleagues gave a little bit of input for the following stakeholder discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulo, for your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are almost ready to go to our first panel discussion. We will move into multi-stakeholder discussion featuring distinguished experts from various sectors. This session, I hope, will address the skills mismatch in the labor market and explore how the Alliance and its members can leverage collective experience to bridge these gaps. So, please welcome our panelists. Tetiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Henrik Hufeld, Head of Section Public Finance, Business Support and Social Policy of EU Delegation to Ukraine. Hakan Jait, Managing Director, Scania Ukraine. Tatiana Fishuk, CEO, NGO Projector Foundation. And Marko Starmsek, Principal Economist, Inclusion Specialist, EBRD. So, ladies and gents, the microphones are on the tables. So, I think, Marko, we will use mine together. And I hope we will have this discussion with hot heart and fire in our eyes. So please don't be afraid to dialogue with each other and to give a question to each other. Before we begin, let me set the stage with a brief overview of Ukraine's labor market situation. I am not saying that the numbers that I will say and the words that I will say is the information of one only existing information. No, it's not true. But Ukraine has lost nearly 5 million jobs due to the war, with critical sectors such as construction, manufacturing, and IT experience serve workforce shortages. Over 6 million of Ukrainians have been displaced, many of whom were significant barriers in re-entering the workforce. As Pani Tatiana mentioned, our unemployed rate for now is over 14%. And highlighting the urgent need for upskilling the employment programs. This is where initiatives of like the Skill Alliance play a crucial role in rebuilding the country's human capital and economic resilience. With these challenges in mind, let's move forward with our panel discussion to explore innovative solutions and collaborative efforts for restore Ukraine's labor market. Ms. Tatiana, I want to start with you and a lot already about how the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine work with these challenges. But what are the 5 most important workforce challenges to be addressed by Skill Alliance members in line with supporting Ukraine recovery?
Thank you so much for this question, and I'm very happy to be in this panel with the strong actors who actually take active part in implementing the initiatives of the Skills Alliance. And if to speak about the main challenges and the main potential, I would like again to transform the word challenge into the word potential in every my speech and in every discussion. We see that if you follow the information from the Ministry of Economy, the speeches of the Minister Sveredenko, one of the main tasks of Ukrainian government in terms of reskilling and retraining of people is to prepare the human capital for employment in the sphere of processing industry. As you have already noticed, the program Made in Ukraine that was launched by our president, that is implemented by the Ministry of Economy, is a program actually that is helping us to achieve our target goal to make the percentage of the processing industries in the GDP structure of Ukraine strive to the benchmark of the developed countries according to the OECD methodology. Now the amount of the part of the processing industry in the GDP of Ukraine is only 7%, but what we are striving to and what is our goal is 20% as the developed countries according to the OECD methodology. And definitely this goal needs strong fundamentals and strong support from the skilled people in the sphere. So definitely improving the situation with the skilled workers, which are actually the human capital and the workers for the processing industry, is our first challenge, first goal. Then definitely, apart from the processing industries, which create the biggest value-added products and most number of working places, where the working places are created and taxes are mostly paid. Another, our biggest goal and potential is definitely the professionals for construction and infrastructure. We all understand which tasks will wait for us to rebuild the objects that were destroyed, the roads, the bridges, and all the infrastructures that was destroyed in Ukraine during the full-scale invasion. So speaking about the third potential, the third challenge is to prepare specialists in the field of energy, but we understand that the I would not try to repeat all that what is already said, but to build back better in terms of energy means to increase the number of green energy specialists in our country. So this is another way where we can improve the situation. And definitely 2 more challenges that I would like to mention is the specialists that will help us to overcome the unseen, visual traumas of war, specialist in the psychological sphere. So this is one of our tasks. And definitely IT specialist, which will help to develop IT technologies in Ukraine. So this is about the spheres. If we speak about the concrete target groups of people, definitely we shall speak about women whose role in the economy of Ukraine has very much increased due to the mobilization of men in the times of war. Also, we understand that the number of people of the working age, people of disabilities that are working in Ukraine is only 13%. It is a rather small amount in comparison with the European countries. So our big task is to actually create conditions and reskilling initiatives for people with disabilities to enter the labor market. So definitely, to sum up, all this cannot be implemented and introduced without the modern technical base and equipment of Ukrainian web centers and teaching and learning institutions. So definitely one of our biggest goals is to modernize the equipment there, to make the web centers equipped with the best VR technologies so that we could prepare more specialists in a short time. And final words that I would say that we usually say that we do not have this luxury time to prepare specialists for more than 6 months, 3 months. We need specialists to the labor market here and now. So tailor-made short program which will help to get people to the labor market as soon as possible is also our big challenge and big priority.
Thank you so much. Just want to talk about one more challenge with you. Many efforts to address workforce shortages in Ukraine are donor-driven. So how we can ensure the sustainability of human capital development?
Yes, you're absolutely right that we are lucky to have the donor support to reskill and retrain people in our country, the support not only from the donors, international organizations, but also from the private sector. And here, what is the most important task of the Skills Alliance to do this mapping, to see where we have the overlaps, where we have the gaps, to identify how we can concentrate the donor support in the most efficient way. Because, you know, this most efficient way is also what we shall do in the times of war, because we do not have, again, this luxury to spread our resources in the spheres that we don't need. So definitely Ukraine's task is to become self-efficient and independent and address the challenges by our own resources. But still, we understand that in this time when we are protecting the civilized values of the all civilized world, we deserve and we need, as a, you know, the wall that protects all the Europe, the support of our partners to skill and to develop our people. So definitely this wise allocation of donor resources is our big challenge and big task now. And actually Skill Alliance that gathered us today is designed to solve this issue.
Thank you so much. And as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, I think every question can be answered with this quote, "Work and prosper." So it's literally as good as it sounds and as it's written. Henrik, just want to address to you maybe the same topic, but not the same question. What is the European Union approach to support human capital development for the Ukrainian recovery to scale up and ensure sustainability of supported initiatives?
Yes, hello, thank you, and thank you, Tanya. Well, I think that I really enjoyed this. This morning was very informative, and I will start with that. First, I wanted to start. I think the first or the third word I had in my presentation is challenge. So I will change that to potential then, because I think that's maybe where we are now. It's a lot of Ukraine has a lot of potential, but it's not easy to utilize these different potentials. So I wanted to start. Actually, what you're answering the question now is to focus on this 13 million people who actually are economically active, but they are not necessarily economically active in good jobs with high productivity and are contributing to the economic growth of Ukraine, because I think that's where we need to start. Ukraine need much more good jobs high productivity, that are able to drive growth that is necessary for the recovery, but also to integrate and compete in the European Union. So, and also as a secondary objective, but of course extremely important for Ukraine to be able to attract people back that are now based in the European Union, because if they are not good jobs that are at similar level that they now have in the EU, they will be difficult for them to attract them back. So I think that's really where the potential is. So, and I'd like to highlight 3 broad areas to work with. One area we have talked a lot about here, and we will talk more about that, is to improve the labor supply through skills development that is adapted to the future needs and matched with good productive jobs. So I think that's a broad area, so we have talked a lot about that. The second thing I think is to decrease informality and to bring up and to create stronger organization in forms of companies or other forms where they're working that are actually able to grow and bring in new people, because we have a lot of different, that call organization, but it is enterprises, but or it should be enterprises, but it's not necessarily always like that in Ukraine, unfortunately. And one of the major areas here to address, I think, is the widespread use of simplified taxation, which limits the creation of strong organizations, and also limits the use of a social contract, because it means that a lot of big group of the people are not paying taxes, and then they are maybe not demanding services for what these taxes should achieve. So that's one second area. And the third area is to improve the access to finance. The EU, we are supporting a lot of different programs for access to finance, but it's difficult to reach the enterprises or the individuals that actually really can grow and have higher productivity, because they are not bankable, or they have very often they cannot cope with the terms that are now on the market. So to broaden the scope of access to finance, I think is a very important factor here. So what are we doing to support this today? So I think one major area is policy development. So we're working with the Ministry of Economy and others within the framework of the implementation of the Ukraine plan. That are also the economic growth strategy of Ukraine. We have reform steps that is being supported there related to the preparation of the employment strategy, the adoption of a new law for vocational training. We have a new law on preschool education that I think is very important to bring in women in the labor market, to have a functioning preschool education. We have a law on veterans for transition from military into civilian life. And we also have significant investment indicators related to, or that could be spent on vocational training and social infrastructure. So that's one big area. The other big area is, of course, the EU accession agenda, where there are a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of alignment of legislation, but we're working very closely with Ukrainian partners. And we're now moving into a very intensive period on that, I will say as well. So the second thing is implementation of this policy, support implementation of this policy around the world. So we have a number of flagship programs. So one of them are Skills for Recovery that Michael was touching upon as one of the major projects within the Skills Alliance, where we are working throughout the country to try to implement the VET reform that is ongoing. And the third thing is to support investments. We have large-scale investments in vocational training centers, but also broadly in that sector. So that's what we had. So I also want to touch a little bit on increased coordination, what Tatiana was also touching upon. I think it's really important that it's government-owned coordination in a way. So, and you are now in the process of developing new strategies and processes, like with the employment strategy and the VET law that should be implemented. I think is from a very good basis for strengthen the coordination among the different actors we have here. So on our side, on the EU side, we aim to bring the large number of actual EU member states that are active in these sectors together to try to work as much as possible together. So the Skills for Recovery program has as implementing partners, Germany and Poland. We are working very closely with Estonia, with Finland, with Belgium, with France. There are discussions to bring in Denmark in the process. Switzerland is very active in this. So there's many different areas, many different countries that are very active here. So we would like to create a framework for that within the Team Europe spirit. And the reason why we want to have this EU focus is, I think, twofold. I think one is to bring in best practices and experiences from EU countries. I think that's very useful for Ukraine, where you are now in this process, and then also to support the EU accession, which is a very technical area. So thank you.
Thank you so much for these insights. And our two first of our presentations, just give me some thoughts. I remind the examples, these great examples. This lady that standing in front of welding machine, she wanted to start her own business. The next two examples, also own business. And I think understand why it's going that way. Because if you will take some small city in Ukraine, you will have the situation that not all the time you can find a job, even if you're a skilled training person, because you just don't have this job, you don't have infrastructure. And the way to start my own business is the way to beat this challenge. So the thought is the next. It's not enough to just train people. We need to give them opportunity to start their own business and to develop this infrastructure. So, as we mentioned in our presentation, the one more job of Skilled Alliance is develop this infrastructure and give opportunities to develop this infrastructure. And about business, I want just to ask you, Hakan. We have a meeting a couple of days before, and when we just talk about some questions, Hakan told, I'm not a politic, I'm a businessman, so I will find a way to answer your question. How would you recommend it motivating businesses to collaborate with training provides to reduce skills mismatches? Based on your experience, how can we create a win-win approach? And also, what do business need to have this opportunity to give away skilled, trained people from its company? What do business need to have motivation to go to these small cities and develop infrastructure?
Right. So I'm the managing director of Scania. I don't know if all of you know what Scania is. Scania is a small company in Sweden that makes the best trucks in the world.
Not so small, I think.
And our biggest shareholder is Volkswagen Group, and that's the German connection, and that's why I'm happy as a Swede today to be part of the German business community here in Kiev. And I have been living here since 8 years, and Scania has been active on the Ukrainian market since 1993. So we were pretty early here, and we've been into some ups and downs. Apart from trucks that you see on the roads, we also make buses and we make engines, notably the engines for the Combat Vehicle 90 that I guess you heard of, making a very good job up in Kursk right now, and the Combat Boat 90 that is dealing with Russians down on the Dnipro very successfully. Very proud to be able to contribute to Ukraine in this very concrete way. So last year was the best year ever for us business-wise in Ukraine. We sold almost 800 trucks, never happened before. Because transport and logistics is the bloodstream of any society, and it becomes even more important during a crisis or a war. And it's not only about transporting ammunition and weapons to the front, I mean that's important, but even more important it's to keep the society going. Make sure that food gets to the stores, medications to the pharmacies, fuel to the fuel stations, and so on. And also making sure that Ukraine can export its grain to the world markets, supporting the economy. So we've been around for a while, and we've been into this process partly, but on a smaller scale, already in 2014, when our station in Donetsk, we had a quite sizable operation in Donetsk, was occupied. And we then offered all the staff to relocate to other places in Ukraine. We offer them housing, we offer them training. So we have had our own IDP stories, and very successful, because most of these people from Donetsk are still in the company after 10 years. And we were loyal to them, and now they're loyal to us, and they made good careers. And now we have 11 service stations all around Ukraine, from Mukachev in the west to Kryvyi Rih and to Kharkiv and Dnipro, and they're all working, and people go to work every day. But when you work with a new truck, you really need to be qualified. I mean, you need to update, we update the product, you need to update your knowledge. So we are a learning organization. And we do most of the training in-house. We have our own training center here outside Kiev, where we train mainly mechanics. We do use external trainers as well. That's mainly for business process-related trainings, efficiency and so on. We have central trainings that we do abroad. We haven't really been able to use them for 3 years now because people cannot travel, unfortunately. We do online trainings that the language barrier is an issue. But we do have cooperation with several local training providers, and they're able to tailor programs for us, and we're very happy with that. Apart from that, we use EBA's trainings programs a lot, lots of good business-related trainings. And we are now starting a cooperation with the DTech Academy. They will do training for us on female leadership for our female employees.
I have one question about the last but not least that you said about ladies in mechanic business, because we understand that good mechanic, this is a gold person, really. He or she can be useful anywhere, from construction to agricultural, and even if we're talking about some management and logistics, IT services too. From your experience to training women in these businesses, what is the most big challenges to provide this training for women and to give them opportunities to find a job?
Yeah, I mean, we don't only train our own staff, we also train our customers. We train our customers, drivers, to drive economically, safely, and that's good for ecology also because it reduces the CO2 footprint. Based on these programs, we have developed a program for female truck drivers. And so far we have trained some 350 truck drivers in cooperation with the Reskill Ukraine, a Swedish NGO. We are starting again this year, actually this week. I should have been there today, but I'll go out and see them tomorrow. Very successful. Many of them have already landed jobs with our customers, and we do this also to help our customers, of course, because there's a shortage of drivers, and many guys are afraid to get out of their own house. So a really good opportunity to employ female drivers. Until 2017, it was actually prohibited for women to drive heavy trucks in Ukraine, outdated Soviet laws. And you might understand it if you ever tried to drive a Kamaz, right? But if you drive a modern Scania, it's not really difficult. Tatiana tried. I mean, it's a pleasure to do it. I mean, there is no reason that
It was one of the best experiences in driving in my life, actually. It was so high. I saw everything. Great panorama. So I very much recommend everyone to try.
The best car you can wish, actually.
Yeah, it's the car. No, I would be glad to see you at our training center. We're also now looking into a possibility to train female mechanics. We are working on that. Hopefully we'll be able to launch a program this year. When it comes to veterans, I mean, we haven't had any big-scale demobilization yet, so we're not really confronted with that. But we hired a veteran actually 2 weeks ago. He's a mechanic now with us. He was 2 years out fighting at Avdiivka. He has 3 kids, so he was able to return. So we're actively looking for veterans. We have 25 people of our own staff that are out there fighting, and of course we expect them to come back. And we don't know in what shape they will come back, but whatever shape they come back in, we will take them back, and we'll make sure to, I mean, if they cannot work as mechanics anymore, we will find something else, and we'll train them for that. That is our responsibility. And we pay them the salaries already now, all the time when they're out fighting also. So, I mean, they're part of the team, and we wait for them to come back. We're also preparing our staff also. We are looking into trainings, how to prepare our staff psychologically, how to communicate with the veterans when they come back. I mean, there will be issues, I'm sure. And we might have to adopt workplaces and so on. But then training is not enough. This is really very much about working with attitudes towards veterans, towards women in professions where they are underrepresented and so on. So I mean, it's not only the training, it's a change of mind.
So, Hakan, the key messages that you would to address to Ukrainian businesses and Skill Aligned members?
Well, it's fully possible to run a successful business in Ukraine here right now, so come and do it. I mean, what are you waiting for?
Thank you so much. Тетяна Фіщук, CEO NGO Projector Foundation. Пані Тетяно, how can digitalization help address workforce storages in recovery-relevant sectors? And what insights and lessons have you gained over the past 3 years of the war?
Okay, hello everyone, nice to be here. Actually, I also prepared very nice statistics, but we are already equipped with Tatiana's Berezhnar presentation, and so we all know these challenges. We all know that the democracy challenge we face, the refugees we lost, the losses on the war and stuff like this. And yes, digitalization is critical in the quick recovery and quick rebuild. This was what Tatiana said. We do not have a luxury time for rebuilding of 10 years. We have to rebuild quickly, and digitalization is the crucial part of it. But for that, we need digital economy, and we need people equipped with the digital skills. And when I sell digital skills, it's not about using SMM or doing e-sailing. It's about AI. We are already at the threshold of AI revolution, AI reskill revolution. So we know that the World Economic Forum says that 1 billion people need to be reskilled because of the AI, automation, data science, and stuff like this. And this is what we have to think about right now. So it's not about reskilling for digital skills. It's about reskilling for future skills, which are already current future skills. So we are now facing these kind of challenges. And probably I will be here more practical on this panel because I represent the institution. So I represent the private institute which provides creative and tech education. And I lead the non-profit part of this institution when we provide creative and tech education for people who cannot afford it due to the war. For women, we have been talked about a lot. For women who have lost their jobs, for women who have small kids and cannot work offline, for women who are partners of the veterans and who need to support family, for veterans, for military men. And so this is what our foundation is doing. And if the target of all these brilliant organization and all this brilliant initiative is to retrain about 100,000 Ukrainians, so we need to collaborate with the partners like we, because we provide this education. Because unfortunately, Ukraine academy education is not agile, is not quick enough to adapt to this kind of economic growth, to adapt to these AI challenges. We need to have education quick, agile, economy related, business related, aligned with the business needs, aligned with the government needs. And this is what our institution is doing and our Projector Foundation is doing. I will tell you in numbers. When we set up the foundation at the beginning of the full-scale war, and we had just one open call, guys, we are open for scholarship. If you want to get creative and tech education in our institute, please welcome. We didn't have funds, we didn't have money. I didn't know how to lead non-profit foundation. No, I was from a corporate sector, so I didn't know how to work with the grants. And once we posted it was just one post from our Instagram, and we received 40,000 applications for 3 days. It means the demand for digital skills is so high. It's only on the basis on why private institute. We have a lot of companies, our colleagues who are operating and providing tech, code, AR education as well. And speaking about veterans, yes, you're right, that 1 year ago when we were talking with the veterans and with the military, and we are asking, would you like us to support you? Because we feel that this is what we need. This is not our corporate social responsibility. This is the part of our social business. This is part of our C-level mindset. So we want to support you. If you're ready to get education when you're demobilized, please, you are welcome. And we will look for the partnership, for the fundings to provide this. And 1 year ago, we had a deep research with the veterans, and they said, hold on, like, we are not ready. Like, give us the time for rehabilitation, for physical, for mental. But you know, the situation has changed after a year. And now we set up a good collaboration with the private business, with the clone, and we committed to provide small amount, 25 scholarships for veterans. but we have received 1,000 applications from veterans and from military ready to join for digital skills. And it means that the demand for this kind of re-education and reskilling is huge, and we need more partners like we and a lot of companies who provide this. We need to collaborate with institutions, with academy institution, with the scientists, with the tech companies. For example, we were the first who provided the AI basic courses with the Google. And this, what my message is, that we need to do it fast. So it's nice to have talkings, but we are the part of private business and who cares. And we want to do it first, and we are ready. And we have a huge waiting list of people willing to do it.
Thank you so much. And just for a remark about who cares, when we talk about 190,000 and 205 people that can be trained and more, I think even one successful case is the giant victory, because behind these numbers, human beings.
It's a very nice point. I will tell you a very inspiring story, because we provided education for 4,000 female. And I know the story of 4,000 female. Just one story. Anna, she is 21. She is from Zaporizhia. She was under Russian occupation for 6 months. After she managed to be free, she joined the Projector Foundation Scholarship, and she got social marketing digital skills. She was offered with a Ukrainian company to have internship, and after this period, she was offered a job. She was not in Ukraine at that moment. I guess she was in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, but she back to Ukraine because she has been offered with a good job because of the skills she was provided. Before that, she was thinking about a content career. It means that, yeah, so we have about like 40,000 stories where education can change not only the career, but where education can change their lives. And in that, when we are talking about the education with the vulnerable groups, education is not only about the skill set. Education is about their community, the mental support, finding the aim at their life. So it's much more deeper than the skill set. I can do this, and that. It changes the mindset, what we are talking about, because we will not have entrepreneurship if we do not have the mindset of entrepreneurships.
Thank you, Tatiana. Marco, I just want to talk about some, I think, key messages of all that we heard, because we understand that the connection is very important between private sector, between government, between NGOs. How can we implement recovery projects in an inclusive and responsible manner? And what are the key elements that the government and Skills Alliance members should prioritize?
Many thanks. I coordinate EBRD's human capital programs in Ukraine, and we've really seen incredible demand for this type of support from among our investee client companies. EBRD has been active in Ukraine for over 30 years, and really having invested 2.4 billion euros just last year, we've emerged as the biggest institutional investor in the country. And this gives us a real privilege, I would say, to work directly with some of the biggest employers in the country. Most of our financing goes directly into private corporate companies, some of the biggest agribusiness, manufacturing, ICT companies in the country. A lot of it goes to state-owned enterprises, including the big energy firms, Ukrainian railways, and then further funds go to financial institutions for on-lending to SMEs. And to municipalities directly for the recovery of some of those vital services and goods like district heating, water, power supply, public transportation, which really make a huge difference for the people living in these areas. And I would say it really gives us a very direct, intimate contact with these employers to understand what they need and the ability to support them in these needs. And when it comes to human capital, it's really three things that come to the fore and that have formed the structure of our work since early 2022. One is on recruitment and reintegration. The simple task of filling vacancies, this is critical for employers. It comes into logistics and some of these key areas, definitely in terms of truck driving, and it's really focused on a range of skills that are different for every employer. So we have programs really trying to reintegrate some of those underserved groups, the veterans, the women, and bringing them in to these operations. The second big area is in terms of skills. We do a lot of training partnerships. It's very demand-led. Again, looking at sort of green economy transformation, looking at the future of skills, which has really been very important for our client companies. And the third big area is in terms of crisis management for the human resources function. So how to do more work with fewer people, how to improve job quality, and how to manage to retain some of those very skilled workers who are there. I would just close by saying, I'm always inspired by just how much action and activity is there in the private sector. This is critical for them. It's an existential question whether they can fill these vacancies and sustain the human capital that they have. And I would say to the Alliance members, any support that we can deliver to them in this demand-led, bottom-up way, I think would be very valuable in that context.
Thank you. Could you share your experience collaborating with training providers in Ukraine, and what are the key success factors in such partnership?
Yeah, so once more, we do a lot of partnership with local training providers in the context of the needs of our client companies. So typically, they would have 2 or 3 priority areas of skills, areas that they cannot fill, that are constraining their operations, and then we would strengthen those partnerships there. And sometimes we're building on partnerships that have been around for some time. Sometimes we're forming new links. I think what works particularly well is a sort of twinning between international players and local ones. This can be quite effective in terms of bringing new skills into the Ukrainian labor market, maybe things that are being taught in a more developed, in a more sophisticated, maybe more technologically driven way in countries like Germany or the UK, can be delivered here. And I think this is one best practice that we have found really delivers for the needs of our clients and helps them fill some of those key vacancies and skills that they need.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to remind you that we have an online audience, and I think it's time to open our floor to our online participants for a QA sessions. Well, Christian, are you in touch, and do you hear me well? Just want to explain that I have a colleague in online session in Zoom. His name is Christian, and he is moderating this QA chat. And if our tech personnel will give us opportunity to communicate, it will be really great. Hi, Christian. How is it going? How is the atmosphere of our online session? Guys, we don't hear him. So, as always, the tech problems give us more challenges. Not opportunities, but challenges.
Digital skills.
Yeah, we need to improve digital skills. Okay, if there any possibility to have a contact, to have a connection. No, Christian, you're muted yet. We don't hear you. Does anybody can do the lip sync, some kind of? Тож питання, ми зможемо поспілкуватися з Крістіаном, чи ні? Може хтось там крикне, так, ні. Поки ні. Okay, Christian, we have some technical issues right now.
Not yet.
We can't chat with you. Oh, such a nice picture. Okay, so we have, I think, 5 or 10 minutes more before our presentation, and I just want to ask you to give some insights maybe after our discussion, each one just to give us 2 or 3 the main things that we can improve today to bring the benefits to all the members of Skills Alliance? Yes, of course.
I think that the most important thing that we should take away from this meeting is practical understanding how everyone present here online and all the people can benefit from Skills Alliance. And this was the issue raised by Tatiana, that we need to speak about practical things today. So I believe that in the next parts of our presentation, the Secretariat will introduce the ideas of creating a practical landing where all the donor initiatives, all the training initiatives will be selected, easily accessible for people who want to reskill and retrain, for implementing organizations who have the capacity, as for instance, Projector Foundation that receives thousands of applications to their programs, and will also help the donors, those who have resources, easily identify the initiatives that need to be supported. I think that this information will be shared in the next panels, but I definitely think that it will be the most important takeaway from today.
Thank you so much. Henrik?
Yes, thank you. I could say some words on the upcoming screening meeting for in Chapter 19 on employment and social policy and the importance of aligning legislation and policies to create better and safer jobs. But I will not do that because I got a little bit inspired listening to Håkan here, because I actually grew up in the city of Södertälje in Sweden, which is the headquarter of Scania, or at least used to be. Yeah, exactly. So at high school, so the first summer job I had was actually working at Scania, assembling trucks in the chassis part of Scania in Södertälje. And I think yes. No, it's not such a small company. It's such a very important company. So for Södertälje city, and I think I'm not alone. So I think most actually youth at the time, who probably later also had at one point of time been in contact with Scania and probably work there, do traineeships there, and I think the engagement and working with the private business in the city or in the country is extremely important. I think that is the main takeaway from what we're doing here. We can do a lot of things with policies and legislation, but it is the business that are creating jobs, and we need to encourage them to come and invest, but we also need to engage with them when it comes to skills development.
Thank you so much. Hakan, to share.
Yeah, well, I'm 27 years with the company myself. So I mean, we really like working here, and we're like a big global family. We like it. But I mean, that's the way we'll have to treat this also. Now there's a war for talent, and we already face big problems finding qualified staff. So we just need to be open-minded, search where we didn't used to search, and be prepared to train people. Simple as that.
Thank you so much. Tatiana?
I would like to support Tanya's message about collaboration, because we already have a very good success with a donor involved in reskilling. This is what the Euro Commissioner, with the Ministry of Economy as a supporter, with the Projector Foundation as non-profit part, and Projector Institute at the private organization. And it was a brilliant collaboration when we have received more than 50,000 applications of women willing to get digital skills, and we managed to provide 1,000 scholarships for them. So my message is, we are ready for the next 10,000. I'm waiting for next steps, activities.
Thank you so much. Marco, so what can we do today to bring benefits to all the members of Skills Alliance?
I think I would also echo the message about partnership. I think this is a fantastic platform, and I really look forward to the rest of today and the connections and the network and the community of practice that's really being built here. I think we've talked a lot about skills. I think it's incredibly important. Skills are really the lifeline of the economic prosperity. But I would also emphasize that sustainability on the access to jobs, the access to economic opportunities that need to underpin everything. And this is where also the ministry plays the incredibly huge role. And the final part that I would emphasize is enablers to economic activity, particularly looking at how people can combine their skills and use those opportunities to really fulfill their economic tasks. And here it's questions of, for women around the sort of care economy, For others, also access to transport, access to healthcare. These are incredibly important features. And we saw from the statistics at the start, these conditionally potential labor force participants. I think if we can solve some of these enablers, I think that will be the key to bringing them into the workforce and enabling them to work.
Thank you, Marco. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we have questions in audience. It's a great opportunity to... okay, that will be the first question. I will bring the microphone to you. So please introduce yourself and give us your question.
Hello, good afternoon. Wonderful panel. Thank you very much for this initiative. My name is Greg Fishman. I'm executive committee member from the U.S.-Ukraine Business Council, and my day job is I'm the senior country representative for APT Global. I have a very important question. Tatiana Berezhna, you have mentioned at least top 3 of your sectors: mechanics, engineers, truck drivers, heavy equipment operators, technicians. All of these careers require licensing, right? We're hearing from the marketplace that this is a major bottleneck. And I know that you're having a major project around labor code reform, which is terrific, and I wish you Godspeed with that project. But licensing in Ukraine is still very archaic. And there are a lot of moving parts with respect to vocational school sign-offs and educational requirements and all these things. In the West, we have a lot of these licensing and oversight and supervision capabilities in the private hands. So, for example, associations or even special bodies around, that are sort of quasi-public. Can you address, have you guys looked at this issue, and what are the potential plans for addressing this issue? Just a quick example, we've heard of a truck training program recently where everybody was ready to go, but they were stuck for at least a year waiting for all of the hoops to jump through. So I would love to hear if you have any plans around licensing.
Yes, indeed, it's a very important question, because one thing is to provide the education, and the second thing are all the official procedures to let those people who have the necessary skills to enter the labor market. And here we understand that we have a huge support from the National Agency for Qualifications, which is led by Yuri Balanyuk. He is also here, and more than 200, I guess almost 300 institutions are established in Ukraine, which provide the qualifications assistance in Ukraine that help people with skills to enter the labor market and have these qualifications official. But definitely we understand that the whole system needs, I would say, modernization, and that is also one of the parts of the Skills Alliance that we are working on. Thank you for your, I would say, good words about the labor code. Yes, indeed, we in the Ministry of Economy have issued this code from the Ministry of Economy to the consultations of our partners, donor institutions, social partners, first of all. Unfortunately, I would use this audience to reiterate my message once again. No matter the fact that we initiated 3 consultations with the social partners, unfortunately in the social media they are still saying that the Ministry of Economy does not engage them into the discussions. And this is, I would say, the situation that had repeated several times. But this moment is very important, as this stops our Euro integration aspirations. So if there are social partners here, I know they are, please look at this situation and turn your attention that all this boycott, which has happened through all of the years, now puts real stop to European integration aspirations of our country, and it's an issue, I would say, of national security. So thank you for your support.
Hi, my name's Prentice. I work for the Tony Blair Institute. We're working with Ms. Berezhna on policies to address the labor shortage in Ukraine. A lot of the conversation has been about the number of people that have been trained, but what's equally, arguably more important is the number of people that have gained employment as a result of training. And it speaks to what Marco was saying earlier about making sure the training is demand-driven and addressing the needs of businesses. So my question is, like, what are the ways that training can be made more responsive to the needs that businesses had, so that individuals actually receive training that's helpful to businesses?
So I think, Marco, do you want to give us answer, please?
Just a very brief point that I think this work that's really been spearheaded by the State Employment Service on putting private companies onto the boards of vocational schools, I think this is really an excellent start in this direction to really making sure that training provision is not only demand driven, but also that the content of that training is aligned with the private sector needs. And I think there's more work to be done in this area. There's different models from different countries. EBRD is also implementing some work in this area in partnership with the Ministry of Education and Science. But I think there is scope to do more.
Oh my God, so many questions.
If you're still interested. So we were thinking about this employment issue because this was also crucial for us. Like it's not the question to give the education for 5,000 females, for example. It is the question to give them support for career promotion and to switching into the new profession. And we did a lot of consulting with the job market, for example, Happy Monday, Work UA. So this is with companies who do the employment. And what we have found, the more a person is equipped with employment skills, not with the technical skills, with the employment skills, like how to write the CV, how to communicate on interview, like how to sell himself, herself. Because when people switch from pharmaceutical or retail into digital, the flow of finding a job is different from the previous industry. So what we do in the institute and in the foundation, we promote a lot of career support with mentoring, career consulting, recruitment consulting, and equip the female with the skills needed to find their job. So but it's not the question of the private institute or a government institute to match this. So you will never, if you go for King's College and receive MBA, so King's College will not match you with the company of your dream job. So it's your responsibility actually. And what we do, we set up HR startup. It's called Leather, and it is AI driven again, where we match employee with the employer based on a skill set, not based on the profile, but based on the. So what we are starting to working on a very innovative ways how to match the employees with the market.
Thank you, Tatiana. And we have one question more.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andriy Chesnokov. I'm Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports of Ukraine, and also a co-chair in Youth Guarantee EU scheme establishment working group together with Ms. Tatiana Berezhna. And I'm happy that many colleagues who are from State Employment Service, from Ministry of Education and Science, and other ministries, together with international development partners working on this. And Skills Alliance is very, let's say, operational for that, because this is one of the big tools that will be given to those, a proposal that will be given to those young people who would like to be part of labor market of Ukraine. But there is one question that I cannot but ask as a deputy minister responsible also for the policy of affirmation of Ukrainian national and civic identity. And the Skills Alliance idea, as I remember from last year from Ukraine Recovery Conference, I'm sorry, colleagues, was to equip Ukrainians wherever they are with the skills to rebuild Ukraine. And this work have been done also, as it was said, in Poland, in Germany. So my question, frankly speaking, in the panel, I don't have the representatives of the German side, but I wonder if there are anybody who can respond to this question. So my question is, how the link to Ukraine is kept for those Ukrainians that are members of the Skills Alliance now in Germany, in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in Switzerland. This is very important point because with the figures that have been presented here and with deficit of in the labor force we are having now, there is a big question how it will be kept and whether these young Ukrainians are equipped to rebuild Ukraine or be part of labor market of Germany, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and never come back to Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can start from Mrs. Berezhna to answer this question. And I think, Henrik, if you will have something to say, just add a couple of remarks too.
I think that definitely this question will be discussed at the next panels when we will be speaking about the practical instruments, in particular how to connect those educational programs that are being implemented abroad. You meant, as you see, Andriy, in the presentation of Mikhail, there was a number of programs that are indeed being implemented in Czech Republic, in Germany. So definitely what shall be discovered is a very right question. How within these training programs abroad the link is kept for people to understand that their task is not only to benefit from these programs as a specialist, but also to retain this link to Ukraine, which is actually the target and the aim of Skills Alliance. But definitely your question is absolutely right, and let me also remind you that one of the sectoral groups of the Skills Alliance is acknowledgement of all the certificates received abroad in Ukraine, working in this sphere. So this is definitely one of the steps, how to maintain this link with Ukrainians who receive the education abroad. But very right point.
Thank you so much, Henrik.
No, it's a very important question. Of course, it's a large group of Ukrainians living in these European countries that you're referring to. So, but as I said before, I think the most important thing is that the conditions are created in Ukraine that will attract people to come back. I think that's the basis. And of course, starting with ending the war of Russian aggression in a fair way is of course extremely important. But then also how the recovery and investments that are taking place afterwards are key. But on top of that, of course, it's possible to have policies that will create incentives for individual entrepreneurs or people to continue the link with Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your question. It's time to move on, but I hope that you have enjoyed this panel discussion as much as I, because it was really the big pleasure to be on the stage with so great people. Thank you so much for this time and for this discussion. I just want to announce that we will have a coffee break, and after this coffee break we will have opportunity to make this online connection, and if our speakers will be in the hall, we will can have this little QA session with online audience. So please just stay in touch.
Sorry for interrupting your coffee break. I think it's, I don't know, should I stop probably? It's just we need to, but I will try to keep it short and make it as most productive for you and as possible. I'm representing here a Sectoral working group in education and science, together with the co-chair Emmanuel Abro from UNICEF. And we wanted to share with you the main perspective of us. And first of all, thank you very much for organizing this kind of event, for German Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development and for German International Cooperation Society, GIZ. You are part of Sectoral Working Group. I think it would be very valuable to share what we are doing together. And you know, when I've got this brief on your event, it was one of the main taglines of the Skill Alliance. It was about build back better, building Ukraine to be fit for the future. I could not agree more in this statement, and when we discuss with colleagues in Sectoral Working Group in Parliament, in our respective ministries, we are very often speaking about process of restoring Ukraine and how it should look, how we think about the importance of human capital. Just yesterday we had a big discussion internally with the local communities on one of the forums with Ukrainian cities, and discuss how human capital and the importance of people and how it is essential element. It's very often when we are speaking about the future, sometimes Minister of Education, we are saying a little bit different. We are saying not only build back better, we are saying build forward better, because we think that people would enhance and empower the forward movement more than only just getting to the point zero that we had before, because all this investment and things are very crucial for the future. And of course, jointly we as partners, we have made first important steps, and we have created a new legislative framework to improve the architecture of professional education in Ukraine. I'm trying to keep it aligned with what you had in previous discussion, and this is part of Sectoral Working Group joint initiatives, and a lot of you here were involved in that. More than 150 short-term qualification programs have been developed to ensure people can be upskilled within several months. One of the tracks was in negotiation of European integration, and this topic is a part of our EU agenda and enlargement part. We have this as well. We have opened 120 qualification centers, and work has begun on updating infrastructure in colleges and creating 100 practical centers in VAT. Part of it's funded by public funds, which is a huge step forward for Ukraine given the current circumstances. I just wanted to highlight that last year we have started the investment in building of practical centers for vocational schools. This year we are continuing it. This amount is already, during the 2 years, would overcome the milestone of 1 billion Ukrainian hryvnias, and the first huge investment in practical centers of vocational schools from state budget. And together with partners, we are complementing it, and a lot of our Sectoral Working Group partners, they are working on additional funds to complement this state funds, and now the amount of openings are much bigger because of the combination of public and private and non-governmental foundations support. However, we are building a comprehensive strategy and trying to ensure complementarity of efforts to achieve our goal. And it's not only about financial support, it's about moving in one direction, so accumulating when applying the best international experience for today and for tomorrow. This is why we are trying to assure to have different coordination meetings, and together with co-chair of Sectoral Working Group with UNICEF, we have arranged partnership coordination efforts for having this as wide as possible. We are doing sectoral working groups with different societies, and we are trying to build sectoral working group planning to have on different levels. Like, we are not only high-level meetings, but technical levels. When we have this coordination, we have this sometimes battles, but mainly it's highly important to have this kind of vision to avoid duplication, to avoid. But as I usually say, I'm trying to avoid the word avoid, but generally how we can build the trust together, and how our every additional extra dollar in every partner of sectoral working group can benefit better. Like, we can do different things, probably in one direction. Probably teachers would be beneficial on that, or educators would be beneficial on that, but we need how to make this synergy, and all this $1 for every partner would benefit, not to like multiply it if 3, not to 3, but with synergy to get some kind of 4 or 5 because of this synergy what we can have. And Skill Alliance for Ukraine engages more than 50 partners, governments, financial institutions, private sector, non-state partners, and it has the potential to engage even more. So the important question is how to effectively coordinate these joint efforts and experience and available resources, and how to effectively tackle challenges and look for solutions under the alliance. And I believe that the better coordinated we are, the better outcome we will get, and that's what Sectoral Working Group concept should work. And as I mentioned, we have the visions that it should be transformed as well. We are working on that. It should get better and better. And I believe that the better coordinated we are, we would have some task. And one of these tasks are make sure that there is no fragmentation. It's also about comprehensive strategy and vision. It's about ensuring transparency and accountability of what we do and what our partners do. And it's a delusion that thinks that it can work effectively on its own without joint facilitation. Like, it's not possible. Like, we have our own tracks. It's okay to be in the same pace. It's okay to be in different paces. Probably someone is moving faster. That's why very often as a co-chair of Sectoral Working Group, in bilateral dialogue with different partners, I'm trying to make this one important comment, that all of us are not moving in some isolated track. All of these tracks are very, very much aligned with what sector is needed and everything. And sometimes, because we are in different pace, sometimes while we are waiting for some of our decisions, something could happen. Another partner could step in, another resources could come, state funds decided that they can find the resources for that. It means that in our strategies, in our vision, we should be flexible as well. We should build some kind of strategies when we will be able, if we are stuck in process of confirmation something, we can move ahead with different approach. This is what we will do in our efforts of coordination with Sectoral Working Group. In 2024, the government of Ukraine and development partners agreed to relaunch the sector coordination efforts, and we adapted the new context and needs. And in our sector, in December 2024, we have presented the comprehensive vision on main priorities from the government as a framework that now every organization could align their vision of how they can contribute to this and that. And in 2023, we have started to launch the new strategy, and in 2024, in March, and we did this on Sectoral Working Group presentation as well, and this strategy is prepared in 2 languages and you can access it. In 2024, we have presented comprehensive strategy for the next 5 years, which means that partners can align how they can contribute even if they are planning the new projects for 2026, like our partners from Finland is planning right now, and they can think on that more widely in the matter of strategy for the government and for the communities. And the idea behind this coordination is better meet Ukraine's priority and needs and ensure better alignment and complementarity of efforts. Luckily, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine has this instrument right now, and we are sharing this with the Sectoral Working Group. We have used Sectoral Working Group in education as a platform for the open and transparent dialogue between government and development partners, and it's also due to the huge efforts of our co-pilots, UNICEF and the Embassy of Finland in Ukraine, that the group manages to ensure effective coordination and planning of the education sector. This year, we want to bring it to the next level and leverage with this platform to support such initiatives like the Alliance and working on other deliverables and coalitions which we would present on the fields of Ukraine Recovery Conference together with our partners. We want to go beyond simply building bilateral partnership or support project implementation, but to ensure complementarity of efforts in the environments that have leaning towards multiple partnerships. Because in any sphere in education and science, there is no chance that it would be just 2 partners doing the same thing. It would be like 5, 10, and 10 big ones, and then 50 small ones in different parts. It should be aligned in some vision from bottom up, but at the same time to make sure that it's working in some kind of framework. We currently have discussions with our core coordinators on creation subgroups that would be dedicated to subsectors of education and science. In this regard, having a subgroup which focuses specifically on the topic of skills and training would facilitate the discussion between the government and members of the alliance even more effectively. And we plan to carry out the first sectoral working group coordination meeting in March, April 2025. And it would be the high-level meeting on the level of ambassadors and ministers, just as a kickoff for 2025, based on technical meetings that we had in December on level of coordinators. And we plan to carry out this as a joint vision of how to build the right things in 2025. And I invite partners to join with the hope that Alliance can use the group as a platform to ensure effectiveness and implementation of projects and better align the trajectories of various initiatives. And I believe that all of that communication, all of that discussions would bring you some insights, some highlights. Of course, we are not creating the new things during the sessions, but we can get some kind of light of hope and light of vision, how we can build better coordination, better implementation, and faster. We are living in the world when education should be changed as fast as possible, especially in the topic of what you are discussing here. We would not have 3-5 years to make this step-by-step changes. We would need in the sphere what you are doing right now here and you are discussing in the topic of this event. It would be a requirement to have this as soon as possible, to have short-term programs, to bring back IDPs to the labor market, to bring back people from abroad, to help them to be on the to be in Ukraine and to be on the labor market, and to help Ukraine in recovery and restoration. And let's build forward better together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have opportunity to make some little break. Let's drink some coffee, have networking, and go back in 20 minutes, okay? So I will wait in you here in 12:50. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guest, thank you for staying tuned and being with us on our second meeting of Skills Alliance. Right now, I just want to move on. We still have a lot of job to do in the future on our event today as a presentation of subgroups and a lot of information that we want to give you. So right now, I just want to invite to our conference my online colleague, Christian. He is the online moderator of today's event. So we can have a short brief of what's going on in digital web, our online platform with our online audience. Okay, Christian, are you with us? Do you hear me well? Let's check the connection. I hope everything is working right now, and we can know what our online audience is talking about and what questions is interested for our online audience.
Yeah, Jan. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. So sorry about that. I probably have to check the Projector Foundation's office and get some digital skills myself. So sorry about not working earlier. We have a nice crowd actually of a few colleagues that joined us online, Skills Alliance members. And we have a few questions, but also propositions. And that's really interesting because one question, or rather let's call it a proposition, was around the sustainability of human capital development, and specifically coming from OECD, Ms. Aleksinska, that proposed to work together with the Ministry of Economy on using diaspora funding and untapping this potential in regards of sustainability of human capital development. So that's, I think, a very interesting aspect. And I think there we can invite the ministry and OECD to get in touch with each other to discuss this a little bit further. And we also had another question or a hint by Ms. Sarkovic from UNICEF towards the panelists and also the Ministry of Economy regarding the workforce potential on the one hand, but also the high rate of economically inactive people, actually. And here, the essence of her questions and the suggestion was towards reducing the barriers for young people in Ukraine to economically participate and doing this by adjusting policies. So there's also a big idea and potential around working on the area of policy advice and support of policies that actually support young people in untapping their economic potential for the participation in the labor market. So this is from us online, and we wish you a very good continuous meeting, and send greetings from the virtual world. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, so much for your greetings, as well as we send you greetings from the outward, maybe, if I can say like that. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have move on our interactive live pudding session, which will unveil key insights about the Skills Alliance and its objective, I think. So for this purpose, you will need your smartphones. Please take it, and please pay attention on the screen. To take part in this activity, please scan the QR code, or you can Google kahoot.com and just enter this game pin. Not be confused, it's only the name, game pin, so we will make some serious things. The platform will ask you about your name, so you can use absolutely anything you want. Numbers, emojis, some words, but please be correct, I'm asking you with that. Just log in, and when you will be ready, so as our online audience also can take part in this activity, we will give you not so much, just only 3 or 4 questions to answer. A very active audience. I like it. Thank you so much for it. Already we have almost 60 members. So let's give 1 minute more, and we will start with our interactive. As I said, use anything you want, symbols, names, anything, because if you don't want, maybe if you won't be anonymous, it's a good opportunity. 72 members. Usually when we see a sustainable number, we start this interactive. We can maybe 10-20 seconds more, and I think we can start. Okay, let's go. I think it's all. Just please press the start button. For those of us who will not be able to see the question, I will read the question and give you answers. What organization do you represent in the Skills Alliance? And just type your answer. Okay, I saw 74 members, and oh, thank you, 68 already. Ten seconds left for this question. The time is limited. Thank you for your answers, and let's go further. As you see, we can have already some GIZ, thank you. Create Ukraine. So we really can see the organization is, and I think it's quite in balance actually, because we have 3 or 4 organizations that is most of representatives are here, but we are in balance, and I think it's great. So let's go on. Let's go next. Which area do you think should receive the highest priority for support within the Skill Alliance goals? And the red button, upskilling and vocational training. The blue one, addressing special needs and inclusion of vulnerable groups. And the yellow or orange, addressing special needs and inclusions of vulnerable groups. Oh, the same. Okay, all of you have only 2 variants actually. But everybody's give their answers. Okay, somebody likes more blue color, somebody likes more orange color, but most of people thinking that the highest priority is upscaling and vocational training. Thank you so much. Let's go next. What qualifications would you support for the Ukrainian labor market and the country's recovery? Please type your answer. And we have 1 minute. Just want to remind for our online audience, please take part. 10 seconds left. Okay, we have 55 answers. Thank you so much. And what do we have? So, digital skills, construction, soft skills, AI, logistic, hard skills, IT. This is the most preferring qualifications. But again, it's quite in balance. Thank you so much. Let's go next. On scale from 1 to 5, how confident are you in capacity of that sector or to meet the demands of labor market in Ukraine? Not confident at all. Red, blue, slightly confident, orange, moderately confident, green, confident, and five, this is, I don't know how to say this color, very confident. Ladies will say that this is maybe some kind of Tiffany color. Tiffany blue, thank you. Okay, thank you for your answers. We see that the most of people are moderately confident. Okay, let's go next. Thank you for participating. It was really important for us. Oh, you thought that it will be a game and some prizes will be now given to you. No, we just want to gather your opinions. Thank you so much. Let's move on, and now we'll have a presentation on the Skills Alliance objectives and outlook delivered by Daria Andrunina, Head of Employment Department at the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, and Lee Moser, Senior Policy Officer from the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. Please welcome on the stage. I will bring it to you right now.
So while we wait for the slides to come up, maybe I'll just already start. My name is Lea Moser. I work at BMZ. And now the session is about getting to know the Skills Alliance. And I know we have had already a whole morning talking about the Skills Alliance, but we want to take a quick step back just to also loop in new members of the Skills Alliance and those that are interested to join, because this multi-stakeholder alliance is really about like having as many organizations and actors really contributing to all the things that we heard this morning, the needs that are out there, the skills mismatch that we address this, and also to really all contribute to driving forward the upskilling and reskilling and training of Ukrainians for recovery and reconstruction. I'll quickly check if the slides are ready. Perfect. So, Darian, I didn't want to keep it too long because I think we've heard already a lot this morning, but maybe just to do a quick recap. Where did we start? Where did the Skills Alliance come from? It was basically in the run-up to the Ukraine Recovery Conference last year in Berlin that together with the Ministry of Economy, we were like really discussing how can we address the skills mismatch and also in future the skills shortage or the shortage of skilled laborers in Ukraine to rebuild the country. So what we decided together is to really bring together all the key stakeholders that are already working on this or would like to work on this and drive it together forward, because we need the expertise from donors, we need the expertise from international organizations, civil society organizations, but also, of course, the business community. this is something that we need to do all together. And it's fantastic to see that from 50 members that joined at the beginning of the Skills Alliance that we launched at the URC last year, we have now already 73 organizations and stakeholders that are part of the Skills Alliance. So I think that is really fantastic to see that there's a great interest in the Skills Alliance. Maybe we can move to the next slide, please. So maybe just to provide some background on how the Skills Alliance is set up, and because we really want to make it as practical as possible. So we have on a biannual basis, we have these kind of coordination meetings, maybe not always in person, because that is of course also a lot of work for the Skills Alliance Secretariat, but also online to make sure that all different members come together and we jointly address progress that has been made, but also maybe things that we still need to work on. Participants of it are the members of the Skills Alliance, but of course also the representatives of the different Ukrainian state institutions that are working on training and reskilling Ukrainians. We have established 4 subgroups. Basically 3 of them have been newly established for the Skills Alliance, and 1 on education is basically represented through the Sectoral Working Group on Education, together with the Ministry of Education. And then, of course, we have a secretariat that really supports the work of the Skills Alliance members on a day-to-day basis, but they also conducted, for example, this really comprehensive mapping to understand who is doing what, where are some gaps, and what do we want to do in future. Next slide, please. The objective of the Skills Alliance, when we started at the URC 2024, train 180,000 people through a total sum of 700 million euros. The number of people being trained has now been increased to 190,000 because of new members joining or also new projects being initiated. And through these different initiatives and programs that the Skills Alliance members bring to the Alliance, we can really work together to promote the training of Ukrainians, but also strengthen the cooperation with the private sector. So this is really important because in the end, it's important that people are being employed in the different companies and that we can really connect it better. But we also want to make sure that we really address the special needs of different groups, that we make sure that training programs are really adjusted to what is needed, whether it will be people with disabilities or young people, so they really get targeted programs. And of course, this is always linked to the EU integration. So it's fantastic that we have the EU Commission as a member, but also many EU member states, so that there's really directly a linkage. And I think we heard that also before. It's really not only about training Ukrainians within the country, but also those that are currently hosted in neighboring countries or countries abroad. So if or when they decide to return, that they are immediately ready to also be engaged here in the Ukrainian workforce. Next slide, please. What is it that we want to achieve or that we want to deliver? It's basically, we have done a really comprehensive mapping. Michael presented this morning, but we will want to continue on this, really to also have, how the network is growing, how many people we are reaching, so that we can also present concrete numbers. We also are currently in the process of developing a website so that we can really show the different initiatives and programs that are out there, and that also there's more transparency on who are the members, what are the different programs out there, so that it's easily accessible for everyone. And last point on this slide, but a very important point, we really would like to see the network growing because it works. And we have seen a lot of interest, so that's just a call to action for those that are maybe not yet members of the Skills Alliance. Please reach out to us, reach out to the Skills Alliance Secretariat. It's fantastic to see more people and more organizations to join. Next slide, please. That's basically the last slide from my side before I hand over to Daria. But just maybe to also explain what are the benefits of the Skills Alliance, because we had a lot of questions, both from organizations that are interested in joining, but also from Ukrainians who would like to, participate in some of the programs. So what are the benefits? For the members of the Skills Alliance, it's really about bringing them together, really make sure that there's a good network, that there are more synergies emerging out of this, and that we together really can tackle the skills shortage and also the skills mismatch. To really look at different sectors and see what are some challenges here, what are the gaps and what are the needs, and to really work through the sub-working groups together on these issues. And like I mentioned, the website will help to make the different initiatives and programs that are out there more visible, so that also Ukrainians can have access to this information and can learn more about it. So this all to say that hopefully in the end we will reach as many people as possible through the Skills Alliance to be trained for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction process. Over to you, Daria.
Dear colleagues, I want to briefly present our aspirations according to the subgroups. And next slide, please. We understand that the great job was done, but we have still a lot to do. And I want to emphasize now on things that need to be done in the next time. And for subgroup 1, we expect that we will have specific deliverables. Among them, strategic plan to secure additional resources, and addressing skills mismatch by identifying labor market needs in the key sectors of Ukraine recovery. And I think that we discussed a lot today about our priority sectors, and after this conference, all of you will have a clear vision in which sectors we must invest at first. And the next slide, please. According to the subgroup 2, which covers such important topic as inclusivity, I want to emphasize on the point according access of availability and demand for training programs which address the specific needs of target groups. And we expect that thanks to the work of this subgroup, our workplaces and our economy in Ukraine will be more inclusive, because we all understand that now we have huge amount of people with disabilities, and these numbers only unfortunately increasing, and it's a very huge and important point how we will adapt our labor market to this situation. And the next slide, please. And according to subgroup 3, we expect to conduct an assessment of which qualifications from EU member states and other countries are not yet recognized in Ukraine and vice versa. And the second point is increasing in bilateral agreements and other means for mutual recognition. And I want to emphasize here that according our EU integration aspirations, we need to reform our legislation in the sphere of mutual recognition of qualifications on regulated professions. And actually, it's about the future of joining Ukraine to EU common labor market. And we also understand that many Ukrainians now got qualifications in the EU countries, and it's a very important point to make the process of recognition of these qualifications in Ukraine much easier for them. And the next slide, please. And also, I want to sum up and to announce our roadmap in the context of preparations to conference in Rome. And we expect that we will have very good results of mapping of upskilling and training programs for updating of data. We also expect that each of subgroups will have at least 2 meetings before the conference in Rome. Also, we hope that we will have very good discussions and with concrete results. And we all understand that when we discuss something, we always need to understand which concrete deliverable we will have. And on the end, I want to wish to us a productive collaboration. And I personally believe that together with such partners and with such support, we will achieve all our goals and even more. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for your performance. I think yes. Why not? I will give you microphone.
Hi, Peter from Helvetas. I was just wondering, where is this 700 million euro coming from? To me, it looks a bit high.
It's basically all contributions from the different Skills Alliance members collected together. The main contribution is indeed a World Bank program of 500 million, so that's a really big chunk of it, but also from all other members that mainly, of course, the donors that are providing funding for different vocational training programs.
Can we get the breakdown? This information?
I think, yeah, we can certainly share with the Skills Alliance members some maybe not in too many details, or we need to check with all members, of course, but like a higher level breakdown. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much again. Like it when we have some solutions right here and right now. Yeah, it's really very variable. Next, we have presentation from our 3 sub-working groups. First, we'll be hear from Irina Vintunyuk from the International Labour Organization, who will present on upskilling and vocational training. Пані Ірино. Можете за трибуною працювати, якщо вам зручно.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and thank you for having me. First of all, yes, my name is Irina Vintunyuk. I represent the International Labour Organization today, but I am here to do the presentation on behalf of my colleague. Alessandra Molt is our Senior Skills Development Specialist who is working in our Budapest office, and she is the head of the subgroup number 1 on upskilling and vocational training. So I will be given the presentation that she has developed, but before I move to that, which is a little bit of the presentation, but I would like to slightly address the a message that Ms. Tatiana Berezhna has raised during the first panel, saying that the social partners are boycotting the new labor code. And I would like to say that ILO stands by its expertise and capability and ability and capacity to involve the social partners into the social dialogue. And if need be, we are ready to facilitate this process. And now moving to the presentation, first of all, I would like to talk a little bit about what is the International Labour Organization. I'm sure the majority of you are aware of what we are dealing with, what we are doing. So we are one of the oldest United Nations agency. It's a specialized agency in the world of work. So what we are working on is the providing policy support, technical advice, and working on development cooperation projects. One of the directions that ILO is working on is the advancing skills development, training, vocational education. We are trying to equip the workers with those competencies and those skills that are needed by the labor market. We are also providing the support to our member states in aligning the training systems with the labor market needs and labor market demands. And we advocate for collaboration between the governments, employers, and workers through the mechanisms that we call a social dialogue. So the participants of the subgroup number 1 are listed here on the slide. I will not name them all, but as you can see, we can divide them into 4 conditional groups, which are the states and European Union, the organizations and funds, implementing agencies like ourselves and other UN agencies, the businesses, be it chamber or a private business, and NGOs. When this subgroup has started, the participants were trying to identify the guiding questions to which they would like to receive the answers, and that would be the goal or let's say the guideline for them to implement their programs. So right now you can see all the guiding questions that participants were electing for themselves, and to which we're trying to get the answers within the subgroup work. Some of those have already been mentioned today. So basically we are talking about the funding opportunities for the vocational educational training, identification of labor market needs, which is probably one of the most crucial issues for today, because we need to identify the needs not only for today's labor market, but more looking into the future, and we need to do something that is called a skills needs anticipation. We need to do more mapping of training offers that is being done, but that needs to be a continuous work. We need to enhance the image of vocational education training. I think I will not uncover some kind of a secret that in Ukraine, the higher education and the specialties like economists or legal advisors, managers, marketing people is more in trend and was always in a higher demand than the technical professions which are provided by the vocational education training. So I can see from my own experience that it has been changing very gradually, but we need to work towards probably a more substantial enhancing of image of vocational and educational training. We already talked today about utilizing the digital technologies, which of course the primary demand of the times that we are living in. We need to increase the private sector involvement, and here I would probably, as the representative of the ILO, want to mention that we can collaborate through the most represented employers' organizations and workers' unions in Ukraine who have a wide membership of various types of businesses who are the primary beneficiaries of our interventions. Then it's strengthening the sustainability, and here again we would like to point out that the programs that we implement maybe sometimes lack the systemic vision to where it's all going to, and how do we all contribute to one general goal, and that general is been a systemic view of where we are going to. So we need to pay more attention to that, and we need to develop some kind of a strategy on how to achieve that. And rather than providing a one-time and short-term remedies, we should think about the long-term impact. Developing soft and entrepreneurship skills, this has already been mentioned several times today. We do understand that, for example, the veterans that are going to be coming back and looking for jobs might need psychosocial support, mental health trainings and stuff like that. I can also mention that, for example, in our programs, when we are trying to engage more women in the labor market by addressing the barriers to their employment, such as, say, childcare responsibilities, we also try to educate them on what is the employment, what they should look into when they're, as a nanny, for example, coming to the family and working with the family, what are the working conditions, what is the national labor legislation, and how can they be protected better. So all those things need to be also incorporated. So based on these guiding questions, we develop the 3 deliverables. They are also listed here. We already mentioned several times mapping of upskilling and that programs for our better understanding where we work, where is the gap, and how do we address that gap. And then we move to the second one, which is identifying the current funding opportunities and having some kind of developing some kind of a strategic plan to secure additional resources to fund those gaps that we identify through mapping. And of course, identifying the labor market needs, and as I already said previously, that we need to look more into the future and to anticipate the skills that Ukraine will need at this stage of recovery. So some of the questions that I showed on the previous slide were addressed fully or partially. And there has been done some mapping to identify the funding opportunities. We need to leverage more funding from those existing programs and engage more new donors and work more closely with the private sector. The identification of labor market needs in the priority economic sectors. Some of the sectors, even through the poll that was in the previous session, show us the more or less view of the participants on which economic sectors seem to be most relevant for the recovery. But I would like to specify here that, for example, we're not doing the emphasis, say, on a care sector, which is crucial for people, be it with disabilities or just with the care responsibilities, to also benefit from the economic activities and to be able to have their own livelihoods, right? So there are sectors which are slightly overlooked, probably. Then if we do the deeper skills analysis and skills anticipation, I think that could be addressed in a more comprehensive way. Mapping and monitoring of the training offers that already has been mentioned. We need to slightly look more into what programs are existing abroad and how Ukrainians can benefit from those. Which qualifications in the digital economy or digital skills are needed. We need to bring more technologies into the vocational educational training and upskilling. And here the platform that we've developed for the Ministry of Education and Science, specifically for the TVET Directorate, can come in handy. And as I mentioned before, slightly we have addressed the issue of involving more the private sector in training and workforce development, because basically the dual learning is there, it's not innovative, and we should promote more initiatives like that, and we should involve more companies that are ready to fund the training for their new staff, or reskilling trainings for their staff. What we need to put more effort to and do some more analysis are the innovative approaches and the programs. Already mentioned several times, future skills needs anticipation, specifically in the sectors that are or will be identified as the most promising ones for development at the recovery stage, and those have to be the sectors that have a huge or better potential for growth. Of course, green reconstruction and transition to green economy, and digital skills and qualifications. Some of the questions have not yet been addressed, and they're yet to be open for discussion. Those are the strengthening sustainability I've already mentioned. Systemic view on our joint collaboration would be probably a huge plus. Enhancing the image of VET, essential soft and entrepreneurial skills, which I have already also mentioned. So based on the deliverables, what has already been done, the mapping of upskilling and VET programs, there has been conducted the first mapping, and the second one is also coming, but then again it's a work in progress or a living document which needs constant update. On deliverable 2, the mapping of funding has already been also conducted. We have this issue of missing funds, which I also mentioned in the beginning, that there are gaps in the skills upskilling work, for which we need more funds, and we need to work on a strategy where and how we're gonna receive those. And the strategies for outreach need to be developed as well. And on the deliverable number 3, we need to work in the future. Again, we're coming back to skills needs anticipation, better and deeper analysis of the skills needed at the labor market, all the skill gaps, which occupations or which skills within the occupations will be needed at the stage of recovery. So the next subgroup meeting is scheduled for end of February, beginning of March, and then May, June, and then we are approaching the development of the roadmap, which is called Road to Rome. On this, I will end my presentation, and I will thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you so much. The next participant of our presentation is online with us, but first of all, I don't want to be rude. I just want to ask all our presenters, if it's possible, please let's make it a little bit faster, because we have already delay in our schedule. So let's run it together, okay? So the next presentation, we welcome Jana Eschbach from the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, who will present on addressing special needs and ensuring inclusion of vulnerable groups. If everything okay and Jana already in touch with us, let's start.
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. Greetings from Berlin to Kiev. It is my pleasure to present Subgroup 2 today to you. BMZ will not be the head of the subgroup. However, we are currently in discussion with a very active member of the Skills Alliance and the subgroup to be heading the subgroup, and we hope to be able to give you an update after the conference today, and definitely before the next subgroup meetings, of course. Until then, I'm stepping in today to provide an overview of what has been discussed and developed so far in Subgroup 2, and I will try to keep it short. As the moderator has already said, my name is Jana Eschbach. I'm a Senior Policy Officer at BMZ. Some of you may already know me from various Skills Alliance meetings. I regret that I wasn't able to travel to Kiev and meet you in person today, but I am very happy to at least be able to address you virtually. We can go to the first slide or the second slide. Thank you. The subgroup 2, named Addressing Special Needs and Ensuring Inclusion, just like the other subgroup, contains a wide spectrum of stakeholders, which you can see on this slide here. In case you do not see your institution's name here, although you would like to be a member of this group, don't hesitate to just reach out to the Skills Alliance Secretariat to inform them. I will also not go through all of them. You can see it is very crowded as well, which is great. Next slide, please. Yes, as Irina has already mentioned, the members were asked about their interests and expectations and questions to be answered by the Skills Alliance, and based on that feedback and the input by the members, the subgroups were formed, as well as the guiding questions and deliverables have been formulated. And the guiding questions, of course, build the foundation or the frame of the subgroup meetings and offer an orientation, while the deliverables are meant to set clear goals towards results, so we have an actual added value. I will also not go through all the guiding questions that you can see on this slide, but you can see they range from the development of strategies and concepts for inclusion over to identifying suitable sectors and professions for people with disabilities, to mapping available training offers and matching them with vulnerable groups, and how to support the VET training providers regarding inclusion, to activating women for the assumed male-dominated professions, or as Deputy Minister Berezhna put it earlier, much more elegantly, the professions in which women have been traditionally underrepresented. The deliverables that were defined are to firstly assess the availability and the demand for the training programs which address the specific needs of the targeted groups. Secondly, to support the matching of vulnerable groups with already existing upskilling and training opportunities inside Ukraine. And thirdly, to develop recommendations to promote inclusion in training and employment in relation to the Ukrainian employment strategy, the VET law, and other strategies. Next slide, please. In the last subgroup meeting, we had the pleasure to welcome Ms. Corita Cruz, who is an inclusion and teacher training expert from the Herma University of Applied Science, and that has been working with the Finnish National Agency for Education on the inclusion topic in Ukraine. She presented the findings of the recommendations for inclusive vocational education and training in Ukraine that the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine has published at the end of 2023, and that was financed by EDUFI. The findings included, first and foremost, the need of a common definition and understanding of inclusive vocational education and training in Ukraine, which often still seems to follow the outdated model of declaring psychological and physiological disabilities as deficiencies. She also recommended to think inclusively already when reconstructing destroyed educational facilities, as well as to invest in the provision of equipment, meaning assistive devices, teacher training, the inclusion of mental health and psychosocial support, and all these things. Another input was presented by Oleksiy Oleksiuk, who is a program component manager of the Skills for Recovery program. He presented the BMZ finance support of the Ministry of Education and Science's platform, the online platform Osvita Veteranev, which supports the matching of veterans with existing upskilling and VET opportunities. As part of his presentation, Oleksiy has laid out possible options for upscaling, for example, for vulnerable groups, and invited the Skills Alliance members to upload their upskilling and VET offers for veterans directly to the website. And I would like to hereby once more invite the Skills Alliance members to do so. Next slide, please. During the discussion after the presentation in the subgroup meeting, it became clear that also here, additional deeper assessment is needed regarding what kind of training programs are available that address the specific needs of the targeted groups. This was also part of the additional mapping exercise that the Secretariat has been performing with your support over the past few days and weeks. And of course, it will have to be repeated, as Irina has already said, and kept updated in order to provide all the relevant information for the Skills Alliance. We kindly ask you to support us in this matter, or continue to support us in this matter. Additionally, the aspect of connecting social and psychological services with training and employment will have to be assessed more thoroughly. Not discussed so far was the enhancement of digitalization, which is important as we see with our own abilities today, but especially to improve accessibility of training programs, as well as the support of vet training providers and employers to create inclusive learning and working places, and as well as specifically the activation of women. These topics could be the frame for the next subgroup meetings, which are envisaged at the moment for end of February, beginning of March. Next slide, please. Yeah, regarding the earlier mentioned deliverables, we are happy to announce that we are, in fact, on track in reaching them. Regarding deliverable 1 in the first subgroup meeting, a general mapping was presented that also assessed the available training offers regarding inclusion. However, a deeper assessment, which was partly provided through the more focused mapping that was presented to you earlier today, remains necessary. And this will need further updating, as I have mentioned, and refining in the future. Partly achieved is the matching of vulnerable groups with already existing upskilling and training opportunities. Why partly? Well, the online platform for veterans is a great starting point regarding inclusion. However, so far, obviously only benefiting the group of veterans, and upscaling could and most likely should be considered by the involved parties to further benefit special needs and inclusion regarding training offers in Ukraine. Regarding the development of recommendations to promote inclusion through the support of VIDUFI and in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and Science, recommendations have been derived, and instead of reinventing the wheel, these recommendations, if widely used and applied, could be the starting point for disseminating inclusion and addressing special needs, as the recommendations are already aligned towards Ukrainian laws and strategies. Next slide, please. So what is on the agenda for the future work of the subgroup? As mentioned in the beginning, we will hopefully be able to soon present you the head of subgroup. And in addition, at the end of February, another subgroup meeting is planned, as I've said, for which earlier mentioned topics could be of interest to be discussed. And it also opens the possibility for specific input supporting the further achievement of the deliverables of this subgroup. For example, if one of the subgroup members is doing something specifically on the support of women, for example, in those male-dominated professions, an input regarding this topic would be greatly appreciated. So if you are willing and happy to deliver such an input, don't hesitate to reach out to the Secretariat. And the goal in general, of course, is to discuss all open questions, to be able to finish and disseminate all deliverables of the subgroup, and to discuss results as well as topics of relevance for the future of the Skills Alliance. We are very excited at BMZ, of course, to be presenting together with all of you the results of the Skills Alliance's combined efforts so far at the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2025 in Rome. Let's keep at it. We can already see the benefits of this multi-stakeholder exchange and this joint effort to help our friends in Ukraine to rebuild their country. Thank you very much.
Jana, thank you so much for your presentation. Our next presentation is vocational training in host countries and mutual recognition of qualifications. Please welcome Piotr Sasin from CARE Poland, also join us online. Немає зараз на зв'язку його, да? Окей. So,
You are muted, Piotr.
Okay, so I hope you can hear me now. Someone muted me. Hello, everyone. My name is Piotr Sasin, and I'm a director of Care International in Poland. Greetings from sunny Warsaw, and we wish to be there with you in Kiev today, but unfortunately, a couple of other responsibilities kept us here. But I'm sure next time we will have that chance. So let me start with my presentation and who I represent. So I have several hats today, and I'm primarily director of Care International in Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary, and managing our response in these three countries, hosting Ukrainians who fled the war. I'm also representing the Skills Alliance in Poland, which is a sister initiative of the Skills Alliance in Ukraine, and we are currently working on the merger of all of these initiatives in order to enhance our collaboration. And in Poland, we work together with UNICEF and Tent Partnership for Refugees, where we form the secretariat, and then we are joined by more than 20 organizations who work together under the three working groups. And may I ask you to change the slide, please? So under the initiative in Poland, we do have three working groups. The first group is focusing on supporting or enhancing collaboration with the private sector. The second group is focusing on the public sector, as many qualified Ukrainians are looking for jobs in teaching or in the medical sector or other. There's actually 150 regulated professions in Poland, so they can be definitely joining this labor force as well. And the third group, led by UNICEF, is focusing on out-of-school youth. There are various studies and researches talking about this youth which is out of school, out of training, out of employment. And currently we estimate this group to be around 50,000 children, youth, and it's really of very significant priority for us to address the very particular needs of this group. So we're working tirelessly to develop programs which would support these children. We have mapped already around 28 different initiatives in Poland which support different elements of the Skills Alliance in Poland. One of the most prominent, the most important one is a diploma nostrification or diploma recognition. Poland, Germany, all the hosting countries are beneficiary of receiving very qualified Ukrainian nationals who come here with the skills and experience, and they can contribute. And it will be a tremendous waste if they can't continue their professional careers in the hosting countries. This is why we have been exploring together with different universities, the ministries and different chambers of professions of how to transfer the skills, Ukrainian skills and experiences, certifications in particular, to the European Union context. And that is extremely important, one of our top priorities. Another priority is connecting refugees, especially those most vulnerable, with the private sector. So this is what when Ukrainians started to come to Poland, Germany after the full-scale invasion of Russia. Majority of them didn't have any problems finding jobs, to be honest. Maybe perhaps some of these jobs would be under the qualifications, but most of them would find the jobs. However, there is a group of very vulnerable individuals who suffer from the war trauma or really struggled with the language, etc. We couldn't find the work, and therefore these people really need support from the state, from the NGO, civil society organizations, in order to connect them to like-minded private sector, and our groups are working tirelessly on that. Another very important element is, which I mentioned already, is the supporting out-of-school youth in getting them back to school, getting them back to training or employment if they are above 18 years old. And yeah, here I just wanted to maybe reflect try to answer very complicated questions, which was raised there before. What do we do to keep this children, these people connections with Ukraine? That is, I think, very fundamental and very difficult question to answer. And I can tell you that as part of the Skills Alliance, as part of different organizations which are working with these groups is to support the Ukrainian language courses. These are usually happening after school or during weekends. We can see that after almost 3 years of this conflict, some of the children will be dropping out from this program, but I think it really needs to encourage us to go that extra mile to encourage them and make sure that their connection to Ukraine is strong. When we're talking about those official members of the Skills Alliance, you can see this on the slide. They are limited, but I think they are much more. And let me just maybe amplify the voice of Leah, who mentioned that we need to encourage others to make sure that they join us in our effort. Hold on a second. Let me just close the door here because it's a little bit loud. And I'm back. Next slide, please. Can I ask you to change the slide, please? Perfect. So as part of the Skills Alliance for Ukraine, we have held a meeting in December where we've been discussing number of priorities which we see. When organizations were joining Skills Alliance, I think this was already mentioned, they have been raising these questions. What is that for? What do we really want to achieve together? And you know, so some of these questions were like, how can we contribute to development of strategies for the recognitions of qualifications for Ukrainians living abroad? And vice versa, identifying labor shortages in host countries as well as in Ukraine, operationalizing the dual intent approach put together by OECD, and ensuring that the programs are aligned with standards of Ukraine and the host countries. So we can ensure that this mobility of people is really contributing to development of both host countries and Ukraine, as well as those individuals. So as deliverables, we have defined, we agree that it's paramount importance to conduct a very thorough assessment of how we can mutually recognize the qualifications from obtained in Ukraine and EU states, so people don't have that problem in the future that, okay, they completed some training in the EU member states and that is not recognized in Ukraine, or they come with wealth of experience and skills and knowledge from Ukraine, and that skill is not recognized. This is, I think, personally, and also as part of the group I'm representing here, we think that this is really, really important and needs to be addressed. We hope that this assessment will inform our advocacy efforts, both with Ukrainian authorities and in the EU to ensure that this pathways for the mutual diploma recognition or skill recognition is very clear to everybody and is really efficient and is not hindering people's development and prosperity. So that is related to that second deliverable on increasing these bilateral agreements, and we really hope that this is going to happen. The operationalization of the dual intent approach, I believe that we've been discussing this for several months. Also here in Poland, we've been presenting that model and engaging with partners in the discussion of how can we really operationalize that at the local level. And we do have an issue with, incorporating into this project the Ukrainian language courses. This is especially important for these younger people joining the workforce who might, start losing the connections to Ukraine. And, how do we address that? How do we address these issues of around financial and digital connections with Ukraine? And I believe that, in Poland, we've been working a little bit in our bubble, and this is a very high risk of working in the host countries. How do we actually effectively build bridges with Ukraine? And, I really like this discussion in the morning and how much you emphasize that we need to be practical. So when we talk about vocational training, it's great that we conduct these trainings and people attend them and they like them and they're satisfied with this training. But what really matters is job placement and meaningful employment, decent work. So this is something which we also very much need to highlight and work on within our group to ensure that qualified people with that these qualifications really transfer to that meaningful and decent employment. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about already how to operationalize the dual intent approach. This is not easy. We would welcome also contributions from other groups and the audience here today of how to really implement it and how to ensure that this is happening. As I mentioned, most of the partners we are engaged with are practitioners. They implement projects which aim at reskilling and upskilling and finding employment to people. During the meeting in December, we had this presentation from OECD. I also had the honor to present the activities of Skills Alliance in Poland and our projects of how we managed to nostrify or recognize the diplomas of Ukrainian teachers and get them employed in the Polish schools, where we have over 200,000 Ukrainian children, refugee children, and they really need that support. And I'm very extremely happy to hear that 90% of school principals who employed Ukrainian teachers in the Polish schools on the permanent contracts are really happy with the performance. They mention continuously that it really helps to communicate with the Ukrainian parents. It helps to solve conflict. It helps with integration. And sometimes they also if the schools have additional resources, then they are being employed as Ukrainian teachers for Ukrainian kids. So we can keep that Ukrainian component in our integration model. I think we're still in a stage where we need to map out all the projects and try to build all the connections and synergies between them. I think it's still one of our maybe weaker points that perhaps while we have this multiple initiatives, they are a little bit like islands, and we really need to try to connect them to one ecosystem. And the next slide, please. I think we've already talked about that, how important it is for us to conduct this deeper analysis to inform the advocacy processes, because as much as we as civil society or businesses can be willing to support Ukrainians living abroad, it will be very important to develop these clear pathways and the policy documents which would guide Ukrainians as well as the different stakeholders and how to navigate the labor markets in the hosting countries. Going back again, in terms of like the synergies, identifying and a regular exchange about the labor shortages in both host and in Ukraine will be extremely important. Like, we talk a lot about collaboration and exchange, but I don't think we necessarily have the practical tools on how to exchange the information about the job standards and the labor standards requirements in Ukraine. And we do have in the hosting countries a lot of space to communicate with Ukrainians who stay here about the changing labor context in Ukraine, as well as the job opportunities. So hopefully, with the recovery gathering pace in Ukraine, we will be also able to perhaps not to encourage, but inform Ukrainians who stay in the hosting countries about the prospects inside Ukraine. Next slide, please. And right, so far we still have a couple of open deliverables which we still need to complete, and one of them is this assessment or research about the qualifications and these pathways for mutual diploma recognitions. Again, that will lead to the increase of bilateral agreements between Ukraine and the hosting countries on mutual recognitions of this qualifications. Partly achieved, we have conducted the mapping of different activities and trying to connect them. That's something which I have mentioned earlier. And something which we have already achieved is the operationalization of dual intent approach for training in the hosting countries. This has been done with a partnership with OECD, and we very much approach their technical and intellectual capacity and strength. I think now we are reaching the point where it really needs to be also operationalized really on the ground. So we really walk the talk and ensure that it really brings the desired results. Finally, and if I can ask you to change the slide about the next steps, we plan to intensify the meetings of our sub-working group. So we plan some joint meetings in February and March, and that will hopefully lead us to developing the roads to Rome and finishing also distribution of deliverables of the necessary relevance. Yeah, and we very much encourage anyone who didn't join yet the subgroup 3 to join us, and you can do it by contacting skillsalliance@giz.e or contacting me directly, as I will be leading this group. We're very much looking forward for this collaboration and finding the ways of making sure that this dual intent approach is not just a theory, but it's actually really beneficial to those who need it most. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Piotr. At that moment, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lunch break, so I hope you will feel fine at this time. And I think 30 minutes will be okay. So let's meet together in half hour. Please, you're welcome to go to the lunch break. gentlemen, welcome back. It's nice to see you still here, a great audience, and we still have 35 people online, so thank you so much to being with us. Also, just want to remind that today we work in two formats, offline and online, so we have a connection with our online audience. I hope, Christian, you are feeling good today there, and we have a good atmosphere. Now we turn to the presentations of 3 innovative projects, and first we will have presentation Pathways Connecting Ukrainian Adolescents and Youth to Learning, Skills and Work Experience. Please welcome Emmanuel Abrois from UNICEF Ukraine, who will present this presentation. Thank you so much. You're welcome on the stage.
Everybody's patience, as I know that after lunch energy levels go down, and it's been an extremely thorough morning with presentations and discussions. I'm here to present briefly, I'm emphasizing on the briefly, an overview of a particular initiative, a regional initiative that UNICEF initiated last year. My name is Emmanuel Abrois. I'm currently the Acting Deputy Representative of Programs with UNICEF in Ukraine, based here in Kyiv. But I'm here on behalf of UNICEF in Ukraine, as well as our country offices, cutting across Czechia, Poland, and Slovakia, to talk about a regional initiative with adolescents. So the initiative is called Pathways, and there's 2 levels and 2 reasons for which we've called it Pathways. So this was started last year, and I really want to draw on the presentations and the discussions from the previous presenters on the importance of building bridges was a term I heard in the earlier presentation. On mobility pathways as well was a term that was used from the previous sub-working groups. And I think the idea behind UNICEF's regional initiative was to really ask ourselves, how do we support Ukrainian adolescents and youth, aged 10 to 24, wherever they find themselves? And that was the premise of the conversation that led us to this, to the Regional Pathways Initiative. As I mentioned, it's focused on 10 to 24-year-olds, and it has 3 key objectives. The first is ensuring that adolescents and youth are able to successfully complete secondary or technical vocational training, building the knowledge and the skills and the competences to succeed in their later livelihoods. The second objective is in supporting them to be able to successfully transition to first employment. And the third objective is for those adolescents and youth that find themselves outside of education and employment, but are employed through what we would call the gray economy, informal job market. How do we support them in terms of upskilling and reskilling? So those 3 were the target groups for the initiative that we started last year. Just a few other maybe clarifications in terms of the scale and the scope of the program. It's initially designed as a 2-year initiative. And when I come to the challenges, I think somebody this morning talked about potential as opposed to challenges. When I come to that at the end, I think we'll see what some of the challenges are in terms of achieving an ambitious number of adolescents and youth, but actually having quality and results tied to employment through that, and the need to be realistic in terms of our outcomes. So the Pathways Initiative is, as I said, premised on these three groups of adolescents and young people. So there's pathways between the 4 countries, but then there's also pathways for adolescents and youth within each country. And these, what you see behind me or next to me, are the 3 pathways that are being supported through our various interventions. I do want to say up front, the way in which we respond to these pathways looks quite different in each of the 4 countries. So the type of interventions has depended very much on some analytical work done in each of the 4 countries, and also on the aspirations of adolescents and young people themselves. And I'll come to that a little bit later in terms of listening to the aspirations of adolescents and youth up to 24 about where they see themselves in terms of their first employment. It is framed within our work on, and people use different terms for this. In UNICEF, we talk very often about learning to earning or learning for earning. And how do we actually use these terms meaningfully with children in these 4 countries? So the 4 transition points through the pathways. The first is for those that find themselves struggling Our colleague from CARE's excellent presentation just before lunch looked at in Poland, acknowledging that there's a significant number of young people that are not in education, so of adolescent and youth age range that are not in education or in any employment or not having access to employment opportunities. So how do we support those young people? So we have pathways across these three. The first is accessing secondary education or TVET in terms of the 10 to 17-year-old age range. The second pathway recognizes the need to support specifically with access to job opportunities, whether that's directly from education systems or whether it's from other systems. And then the third pathway is for those that find themselves already not in education or employment or in training. How do we reach those frequently the most vulnerable groups of adolescents and young people with opportunities for upskilling or reskilling, as the case may be? The initial intention, and we'll come back to this at the end, is to reach 355,000 adolescents and youth aged 10 to 24 through these different pathways across the countries. A very ambitious target. So some of the features that maybe make this program different, and they make it different for us also internally at UNICEF, because we can have views on what we think should be done, but in fact how that actually looks in terms of supporting adolescents and young people. We've realized when somebody this morning mentioned the need for agility, both in terms of speed of a response, but also agility in terms of being able to navigate the different demands in terms of employment, especially when it comes to young people. And so this is one of the features that I want to highlight from the list that you see behind me. The first aspect is that of a holistic approach. So UNICEF has entered our contribution to the Skills Alliance, very much seeing this as a need not just to address, not to see employment as purely the employment contract and the working hours of a working day, but actually seeing it as a need for holistic services. So how do you actually support young people beyond the employment or the internship to actually look at some of their other needs? One of the speakers, in fact, a few of the speakers this morning mentioned the particular need in the current context of addressing the mental health and psychosocial support needs of adolescents and of young people and beyond. And that has been a key part of the program so far. One of the key emphases of the program has been on looking at what we would call in UNICEF transferable skills. And I know different organizations call them different typologies of skills. But for us, it's been about what skills would they carry across any type of employment in that mobility that they will be moving into. So the holistic approach has been a key drive. It's probably been one of the most challenging parts of our ambition. And I'll come a little bit afterwards as to why that has been a particular challenge. A second feature I wanted to mention are the second and third points behind me. How do we actually reach those adolescents and youth and young people that we actually feel could benefit the most from a targeted approach to employment and to building the skills to make them successful in their first employment? And that actually also is very complicated, because the offering of services at a broad level does not mean that we're reaching those that we are committed to reaching with the highest needs in the first instance, both in Ukraine, but equally in the three countries where we are working with young people through partners. When I mention partners, it is an extensive group of partners that are involved in delivering this. We work primarily through national civil society organizations and NGOs, but obviously grounded in our partnership with both the ministries of education, which are termed different in different countries, but the education system governance, as well as the ministries of youth and sports. I was very pleased to hear earlier reference to the EU Youth Guarantee. The EU Youth Guarantee is critical for framing this engagement across these four countries. The other point I wanted to raise here is about the last issue to do with the smart use of data. How do we use data to be agile, to be faster? I think there was the notion of we need to be faster in our response on the employment needs and reaching the targets. And there's also specific ways of obtaining data from young people that I believe are not the same as those that we would use with different other groups, in terms of how do we reach young people in order to hear from them what they think about the quality and the effectiveness of our programs. And they are frequently challenging us and our partners to be more agile, slightly less traditional in our approaches, in terms of communication and obtaining feedback from them through the data sources that we have. So just some of the results in terms of our reach so far. So we've reached just over 34,700 individuals, unique beneficiaries, adolescents and young people through quite a broad range of different results. And I think this has been one of the positives of having a regional approach, but it also makes it quite difficult to aggregate together because the types of interventions, as you see behind me, are quite different according to each of the contexts in the 4 countries. So where we have targeted specific efforts after having done consultations with adolescents and young people, and transferable skills were highlighted as a key need in order to be successful in employment, that's where we have been able to focus our results. So about 10,400 young people specifically targeted with that. In other countries, we have actually focused more on the learning and skills building opportunities as directly tied to first employers. So just to note here that we do work with both public and private sector institutions in terms of supporting paid internships and tied placements tied to both TVET and secondary education accreditation. So getting recognition for placements in private sector companies and actually getting a credit-based system to equate that for educational purposes has been part of our work in terms of advocacy and moving forward. And maybe just another one there, again, it was highlighted by our colleagues in Poland, the issue to do with language. When we asked young people directly across the countries, the Ukrainian adolescents and youth, what were the reasons for which so many were neither in secondary schools nor in TVET, nor, frankly, particularly enthused about integrating within those systems, language and a fear of not being successful in that pathway came out as one of the largest findings. So really being that driving the reasons for which that previous presentation and that sub-working group is really delivering on this in that particular context. So I wanted to pause maybe more in the lessons learned, because I know everybody will have access afterwards to the particular experience and the interventions through the PowerPoint. But I think these are things that we're reflecting on as UNICEF and with the support of our partners. And I think it's good to be, I think from UNICEF, I think it's important that the Skills Alliance isn't just seen as a way of promoting what works. I think it's important that we use it to also understand where we're facing challenges and what are some of the things we're trying that may or may not be successful. And that we're actually able to inform our next efforts by understanding better and being quite open around what works and what is possibly not taking us in the direction that we want to achieve. So I just wanted to highlight a few here, and I wanted to talk about the 3 points under lessons learned. So the language barriers has been mentioned, a real sense among adolescents and young people on needing to be able to, and it's not just for integration into host country systems, even within Ukraine, a high demand on looking at secondary and tertiary languages to be able to support their successful integration into first employment. Part of that comes with the specific Youth Guarantee, EU Youth Guarantee expectations, but a real desire to be able to engage and exchange outside of Ukraine. So for those within Ukraine, as much as for those that we are working with outside of the country, how can we help them feel connections to different parts of the region? That absolutely comes from the fact that in some of these countries, it has been a primary reason as to why they haven't proactively identified themselves to want to enter into some of these interventions. There's been a lot of research, as many of you will know, on the specific impact of the war on adolescent and young people's mental health and well-being. There's research that's been done more broadly across all age ranges, but for adolescents, some very specific issues that have a direct impact on their ability to engage with first employment opportunities, successfully engage with first employment opportunities. We see that across some of the measurements of transferable skills. There was reference earlier today on partnerships with OECD on understanding what are the skills basis in terms of the transferable skills, so the social emotional measurement of social emotional learning skills in terms of confidence building, communication, conflict resolution. So we see that as having a direct impact in success on an entry into first employment. We're also seeing some administrative and legal obstacles, and I won't go into those in detail. They differ across each of the 4 countries, but there are some very practical bottlenecks that are inhibiting an easy transition for the young people that we're working with to be able to access internships, paid internships, as well as being able to return to education at a later age. And so we have had some learnings around that area. A few opportunities I'd like to highlight that I think the Skills Alliance, maybe this is more suggestions for the Skills Alliance as well as all of us, which is everybody here, is and it was mentioned this morning, how do we become more than the sum of our parts? How do we ensure that if we're going to be investing in skilling or reskilling or upskilling, as the case as the focus of an initiative might be, how do we actually use that effort to bring in other types of services that will make the results more successful? So this is an opportunity, maybe in further conversations, for the Skills Alliance to consider. And then the other opportunity that we see is really for us to begin to look at what types of skills for what purpose. This is largely driven by a commitment to meeting employment targets. For UNICEF, it's very much driven by young people's rights to participate and engage in their communities and in their societies. How do we look at some of these skills that get manifested not just in employment, but also in how they consider themselves successful? You know, when we talk to young people and some of the work we've done with them across these 4 countries, gone are the days that young people are looking for one job for the rest of their lives. So what does that mean in terms of how the types of skills that we're investing in terms of mobility across different types of jobs? And so these are some of the opportunities we think for conversation as we move forward. Just a few last points, and I think this was mentioned by the panel this morning. You know, the engagement, the direct engagement with employers and understanding what those needs are and perceptions, and being quite clear about where those perceptions differ, I think is really important in terms of different types of programs we're having with skills building through internships. Recognizing that volunteering is something that can be promoted, but that does not in and of itself build skills that can contribute to employment. So being clear on what those linkages with employers are is important. Really emphasizing a lot of our success, and I'll be quite frank, I think this was more of a surprise to us than a planned or an intended outcome, is the network of young people amongst themselves is where we've had the biggest success in reaching adolescents and young people. So it's not so much us advertising, it's about how young people between themselves are promoting and engaging in some of these opportunities and programs. And I think this will be the case regardless of the type of program it is and how we reach them. And then the last one is just this, and we heard this morning a number of assessments, a lot of data coming through in terms of what are the needs currently, could they be in the future. One of the points in our program has been really about looking at the green economy. What does it mean in terms of young people moving into the types of employment that are going to be more around sustainability and climate engagement? How do we actually look at this with them? And how do we bring this into some of the assessments and learning so that we're all drawing from different types of information, but we're learning together through that process? And I will leave it there and happy to answer questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So maybe we have some questions or no? We have a question. You said that, not I.
I did. I was kind of, yes. Happy to answer.
Hi, thank you so much. I really loved the job that you're doing, and a lot of the insights are something that very speaks very well to me. Very maybe stupid question. I missed the beginning of the presentation, and I tried Googling frantically for where it is, the information about the project. If you can maybe put the first slide or something that
absolutely.
I can have context. Thank you.
Can I do that, or is that? Okay, sorry, he'll put it back on, but happy to answer. And I have colleagues online that can also speak to their parts of the program. Yeah, that was the first slide, I think. Is that what you were asking? But I don't see the website. Yeah, so we're not driven through it. We've purposefully designed this initiative not to be an extra project. So it's not project driven. It's through our existing engagement across these 4 countries and it's helped us to restructure it as one piece. But so it is one piece, but it's not a project. So absolutely, no, happy to give more but that's a very interesting question, because we did not want to design another separate project. Our work is anchored within government priorities, and that's in each of the 4 countries what we've done. But happy to talk more after.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
And just one remark, if somebody else just missed some slides, it's okay, because you will have the full stack of presentations on your email after the event. Let's go forward and welcome Mrs. Vera Savchenko from BDO in Ukraine, who will present on how digital solutions and artificial intelligence can increase the productivity of local governments. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, it is an honor to be here. Thank you for the organizers and the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Ministry of Economy of Germany for this very important initiative. My name is Vera Savchenko, and I'm the CEO of BDO in Ukraine. BDO is the 5th largest accounting and advisory network in the world. Also, in Ukraine, my second head, I'm co-chairing Ukraine Recovery Committee within European Business Association. Our organization, BDO, is a member of Skills Alliance. We are a member of working group number 1, and we are trying to make an impact in upskilling and reskilling of Ukrainian workforce. And today I want to present a case from our own experience, and it is really business-driven. So before the full-scale invasion, we were working as normal company, audit and accounting. We work mostly with private clients, with state-owned enterprise, and we have never worked with so much donors organization, with receivers of help from donors organization. And when the war started, full-scale invasion started, we of course change our client portfolio. And because we had experience in sustainable development, in ESG reporting and so on, we were involved in one project for Ukrainian municipalities, hromadas, to develop for them a sustainable development plan. It was this summer, and 20 Ukrainian small hromadas were involved in this project. And during few online and offline sessions, we saw that these hromadas, they were not ready for big international projects. They were lacking knowledge of English. They couldn't use some cloud software, and so on and so on. And for us, it was really difficult just to moderate the project with them. So we thought whether these 20 hromadas or it's a bigger problem. So we did a survey by our own analytical department. 28% of Ukrainian municipalities took part in our survey, and the numbers were quite shocking in a bad way. So, for example, only 5 municipalities have IT technologies, stated that they have IT technologies and they fully integrated in their everyday activities. 87% of surveyed municipalities said that they are open, they want new technologies to be integrated. 95% of surveyed municipalities experienced the need for additional trainings in grant writing, and 73% of surveyed municipalities said that they have a lack of staff expert in grant programs. So our guess was that first of all, Ukrainian municipalities need money, and to be included in big financial programs to get financing, they need to have this capacity. And how to build this capacity very quick? To train staff, you need months. To hire new staff, there is obviously shortage, and of course, the more shortage of staff in regions which are closer to the war line. So we thought that maybe we can share our own experience of instruments which we are using at our organization with municipalities to increase their capacity, absorption capacity, and capacity to work with international and organizational donors and financial institutions very quickly. So we did a pilot knowledge session, and then we did like a big one. In pilot session, there were only 3 people, and 298 attended the main session. 68% of them were women, 32 men. It was completely free. It was our pro bono initiative. It was done in autumn. Also, by region, 32% of participants were from frontline communities and 68% from other regions. And also by seniority level, maybe half were middle staff and senior level staff of municipalities. Even the head of territorial communities took part in our knowledge session. So what we did, first we trained them how to use translation, how to translate from English or German into Ukrainian, because even if you have ChatGPT to make a good translation, correct translation is also a challenge. So we help them with few prompts, with some solutions. We showed them DeepL, also very great tool. How to understand, I don't know, for example, grant program from big complex grant call. Then we had a session on what we call modern work. We showed how to use cloud service, how to work on the same document simultaneously by few people, how to collaborate, how to store documents safely, so on and so on. Then, of course, we did some upskilling in terms of how to use artificial intelligence. We showed Microsoft Copilot, ChatGPT, and how to tune them for more efficient use, because these instruments may be look like very easy, but if you tune them right, they may be like really helpful. And we tried with municipalities. We took one real grant call, and we tried to went through all the steps of this grant call, how they can enhance their productivity and work with this grant call more quickly and in more efficient ways. Of course, we did not say to them that use ChatGPT to run your grant proposal for you. We just stress that it can help you with translation and understanding what is needed, and maybe with some other like project management tasks. So this is like a few examples of prompts and solutions which we show to Ukrainian municipalities. And lessons learned, challenges. Vice Minister of Economy said that we should use world like it's not challenges, it's potential, yeah. So we see a lot of potential here, and a lot of municipalities in Ukraine, for example, which has like under 10,000 of population, they really lack of staff, they really lack of financing, they really lack of knowledge, and there is really big potential in these municipalities, because they are like not taking part in any program, they are not covered by any donor, and there is a really big problem there. Our last slide, we just calculated, we are not selling notebooks, we are not IT retail company, but we just calculated that it's very preliminary, that at least one new notebook is really essential for Hromadas, because they have really old hardware and which cannot even run some cloud, Microsoft Azure, for example. Also, Hromadas need to pay for licenses. Despite Microsoft and Google, they provide some free licenses for municipalities. municipalities, but in order to secure information, they need like paid licenses, for example, even ChatGPT paid version, and approximately to develop further training programs, of course some money need to allocate it. So in Ukraine around 1,500 municipalities, approximately 40% of them are small, under 10,000 population. So it's we just calculated that approximately 700,000 euros can be enough for 1 year license and one laptop and one educational program, and it will make like a very big impact for Ukrainian small municipalities and their people who work there, the head of gromadas and their staff. And also I heard numbers from Kyiv School of Economics. They made research that the more advanced municipalities, the more municipality help to develop business, then of course the more private sector in these municipalities is developed, and the more taxes, the more life level is higher. So it's really essential to work with municipalities. And as I have like 2 more minutes, I just say that we are continuing these projects. Also it's driven by our needs. For example, we were looking for staff for our company. We were looking for students, for interns, and we went to some universities. And people who work in universities on cathedra, on faculty members, they asked us, oh, you are taking students to your company and you are teaching them all this cool IT stuff. Teach us. We also have this need. So in December, we had another training session for faculty members of Ukrainian universities. We also had like 300 participants and had very good feedback from them. And the last example, also business driven, one our employee who is doing her master degrees on in Shevchenko University on cybersecurity. She came to us, she saw what we are doing with Gromadas, and she said that her friends who are doing master degrees on cybersecurity with her in this university, they want to join our pro bono project, so they want to spare their few pro bono hours and to help Ukrainian municipalities, small municipalities with cybersecurity. So we are like doing constantly new projects, and I hope that participation in Skill Alliance will help us to find partners, because I also believe in collaboration. A lot of things today were said about collaboration. So right now we do not have competitive advantage, we have collaboration advantages. The organization which collaborates better, they have better chances to get great results. That's all. Thank you.
Pani Vera, thank you so much. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from Alexandra Borodienko from Enable, Belgian Development Agency, presentation about project Be Reliever.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present our Be Relief program here. For me personally, to be honest, it's a disaster to present by the end of this conference, but I will try to cope with it. Yes. So I want to present the Be Relief program, which is being implemented since the late 2024. In this case, we don't have nice pictures to share, except of pictures of construction sites. I am not sure they are very interesting to be presented here, but this program is being implemented by Enable, Belgian Development Agency, with our implementing partners such as Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Education and Science, and both regional authorities, because our target regions are Kyiv region and Chernihiv region, and the city of Kyiv and the city of Chernihiv as well. And as for the target audience, those are veterans, IDPs, possible returnees, children's, youth needs, people from different backgrounds who will benefit from improved education and healthcare and also social protection. As I mentioned, our allocation are 2 regions, and implementation period is 4 years, since 2024 till 2028. The estimated budget for our VT and employment activities are 43 million euros within the wider part of 150 million euros for different activities, including infrastructure, energy access, and health. This is the conceptual architecture of our program. Here you can see 3 main pillars. The first one is energy and circular construction. The next one is healthcare and social services. And the last but not least is education and skills development. But I must say that all these it is about our approach. We are tackling the transversal approach to things, and all these pillars are closely interconnected, and we are trying to implement all activities with the aim of tackling of skills mismatch, job creation, decent job opportunities. And that's it. For example, if we are working within the second pillar, healthcare and social protection, and if we are supporting, for example, hospitals and rehabilitation teams, of course, it's not only about infrastructure and equipment, it's also about skilling, reskilling, and upskilling of medical staff. Another example I can give you concerning the first pillar, energy and circular construction. If we are rehabilitating buildings following the BBB approach, taking on board some Soviet-era schools or other public institutions, of course, we take them as examples, and for example, using new construction technologies or other technique, we implement such a curricula, for example, or construction materials into the activities of vocational training centers, which provide training for construction professions. As for the objective, we define 2. The continuation of inclusive vocational training is ensured, and by saying inclusive, we mean a vast category of people which are maybe not on board and which are maybe not within the labor market, but they should be because of the great shortage of skilled workforce. I mean needs, I mean youngsters, I mean women to enter traditionally man-dominated professions. I mean people maybe over 50 or even over 60. And the other objective is the provision of decent employment of skilled workforce for the recovery process is enhanced, because our target sectors we are working for and in is construction and energy sector. And those which is related with these professions. As for the innovative features, I'm going to stick on later on. We defined 3 of them. The first one, the BBB approach, including both Ukrainian and Belgian initiatives in green and circular construction and job for the future, skilling project in vocational centers. The second one is tripartite dialogue and steering management within the vocational sector and within the employment. And the third one, provision of high quality initial and continuous, what is important, demand-driven and labor market-oriented approach for skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. As I mentioned before, the first innovative things we are trying to implement is BBB approach to the reconstruction, to construction, and moreover, we are seeing our vocational centers as prospective centers of vocational excellence, which will serve not only as training center, but also centers of expertise, innovative activities, startups, incubations, and everything. And that's why inside our construction activities, we are tackling the idea that we implement new technologies, new construction materials, provided by our Belgian counterparts, and we use these opportunities and this experimental and data for consulting of other public institutions in case to be rebuilt or reconstruction in more energy efficiency way. Within this pillar, we are also supporting and fostering different initiatives such as joint ventures creation between Belgian and Ukrainian companies, and of course we are foreseeing the creation of new jobs on our target regions. Another activities we are launching is competitive calls for proposals for job for the future. Specifically, we are focusing on a public-private partnership market-oriented skilling project within our target region, including rehabilitation and upgrading of vocational centers. Another innovative things that I have mentioned before, it's a tripartite regional governance. The ambition is to create a very acting, I would say, and very dedicated authority, maybe not formal, but acting, combining different stakeholders on the regional level. I mean, regional authorities, state employment service branches, educational institutions, private and public sector, to create such solutions that will foster regional labor market development and job creation within region. And in this case, we will support any initiatives and any project that will foster such collaboration based on the public-private partnership approach. As I mentioned, we will be focusing on the regional VET councils and regional state employment service branches to foster the activities and to improve data-driven planning, monitoring, and steering of such institutions. Besides, we are planning and we have already started some activity to support the state employment service to support them into their strengthening their analytical capacities, also to provide the state-of-the-art employment services, both on the national level and also on regional level. Another innovation feature from our point of view is creation of so-called centers of inclusive vocational excellence, following the new emerging paradigm supported by the European Training Foundation. We see such centers of excellence as not only the provider of state-of-the-art training services for upskilling and skilling and reskilling for different categories of beneficiaries, but also the center of expertise, career guidance, and counseling center, then exhibition and innovative hub, broker of public-private partnership, incubation center for spin-offs and startups, and we will also facilitate their accession to the European networks of excellence supported by European Training Foundation, for example. As for another innovation we are currently implementing, it's active labor market pilot initiatives, which we consider as a mean for employment first funding mechanism for a wide range of active labor market initiatives, and a mean for established public-private partnership in vocational education and employment, including all the range of stakeholders which is possibly enter such partnership, and different initiatives aiming at upskilling needs and tech innovation or enhance employability through work readiness programs, or support job orientation and career guidance, support entrepreneurial activities, and job placement initiatives will be supported within the framework of such labor market initiatives. And in this case, we consider such tool as a bridge to EU accession, as a tool to prepare people to absorb European social funding in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. I think you have a great job with a role of a final presenter of today's meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to thank all of our speakers, panelists, and participants for their valuable contributions, also as our online audience. Today's discussions have highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts in addressing Ukraine's labor market needs and advancing skills development. Let's summarize today's key takeaways with a joint statement. I will read you some key notes, and the full text you will have on your email. So, the members of the Skills Alliance jointly highlight the critical importance of training, reskilling and upskilling Ukrainians. The meeting underscored the commitment of Alliance members to train 190,205 Ukrainians in the country and abroad, exceeding the original target of 180,000 announced at the Ukrainian Recovery Conference 2024 in Berlin. While this marks significant progress, challenges remain, including limited donor coordination. The Skills Alliance members reaffirm their commitment to strengthening coordination and collaboration within the Skills Alliance and its subgroups. Thank you all once again. We look forward to continue collaboration and progress within the Skills Alliance. I hope we will have the new members of Skills Alliance after today's meeting. And stay safe, safe travels, and see you on our next meetings. That will be all. And as a tradition, I think we will all have the great networking time right now. So, goodbye, ladies and gents.